4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of... Nope, can't use that one. That's copy protected. Can't use that intro anymore. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, depending on where in the world you might be watching this from. We are welcome back to the Co-Crown Podcast. My name is AJ, joined, of course, by my co-host, Miss Megmon.
Hello.
And here we are for episode 200. Attention, please! Episode 200 of the Co-Crown Podcast. I don't know. It's a weird.
200 episodes.
Yeah, I didn't think it would go this long.
And here you are.
Yeah.
Co-host and everything.
I know, it's weird.
We just need a sponsorship.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. We've been down that road before. I give Bandai too much grief. They won't look at me. I'm not allowed to officially shill product because I give them too much shit. Maybe someday we'll come to some more of an amicable agreement on that one, but Bandai would need to up its quality first. Quality control, I should say.
Releases in general.
But anyway. So I don't have a Manscaped 2. I don't have a Blue Chew. I don't have a Blue Chew is basically this chewing gum that exists in America, and it has the properties of the blue pill.
Right. What?
Yeah, it's a chewing gum version of the blue pill.
Okay.
Which I think is a marvelous invention. Like it's like, wow, you kept at it, didn't you? You took the concept and you went, what if we went beyond, and what if we made it this thing that you could just casually do in public and no one would bat an eye? Oh, I'm just gonna have some chewing gum. And that's gonna do all the stuff it needs to do. So when this date is over or whatever, I'm ready to go. May man's wonders ever cease. I certainly don't have an established titles to sell you. Or a what's the other one all the big YouTubers do? Raycon. Yeah, that's the other big one.
The cereal.
Yeah, the retro cereal.
The soap.
Oh, Mr. Dr. Squatch. Yeah.
That's another one.
There's also Meg Dying. That's that. Yeah, I can give you that one for free. What's the other one that all the big YouTubers do? Oh, well, obviously there's Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah. That's another one.
No, I was gonna say Clash of the Castle Clash.
NordVPN. Or Surfshark.
Yeah.
They usually
was one, wasn't it though?
Castle Crashers. Yeah, that was
gonna say Clash at the
Clash at the Castle. No,
yeah,
that was a pay-per-view that happened about a month ago. Yeah. But yeah, no. 200 episodes. I think we've kind of cheated to get here, adding a new show into the repertoire. But it's fine because we wanted to go back and watch it anyway. And this is how it'll be. So when Appmon's over, we'll start on Tamers. When Ghost Game is over and the dub for 2020 still isn't out, we'll start on Frontier. Or if it's not easily available, like if that goes into syndication, like on a Cartoon Network or something, I really don't want to have to go torrent hunting.
Yeah.
Like if it's just on Crunchyroll or something.
Yeah. That's
perfect.
Fine, but yeah,
we can do what we do with this and just do 2 episodes and and do 2 episodes a week. But
yeah, if it's actually on TV, like we're not buying channels just to watch one show.
No. I'll wait for the inevitable Blu-rays. Speaking of, I do need to get my hands on the Discotheque Media official Blu-rays because they're the only way we're getting those. And at least the PS5 will be Blu-ray. It's region free. So, well, then again, I mean, I thought I'd be able to play Kizuna. And Kizuna somehow went, no, this is in the wrong territory. And I went, but you're a Blu-ray, that shouldn't matter. Yeah. And Kizuna went, fuck you.
Yeah.
So I had to go so we had to go surfing for that one anyway, even though I had the
it-
physical
had it in
media.
hand, yeah.
Yeah, so not even Blu-rays are safe apparently.
Yeah.
Region locking a Blu-ray is a dick move,
Yeah.
especially when I don't believe the movie is still actually available here for purchase.
Yeah.
Like there was no UK release.
Yeah, like it wasn't blocking another release or anything to
No.
have it unlocked. So, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, no, there was no, yeah, so and Crunchyroll is getting Try back. Yay. But it's getting it in movie format rather than episodic, which is fine.
I think that's the way I watched it. So.
Yeah, well, I did my reviews on Try initially in episodic format. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ben. Yes, Ben, welcome back. Good to see you. So yeah, I will need to look into those discotheque medias because one of the guys who works there and has has had a hand in, bringing those really old choppy resolution episodes up to somewhat of a modern definition.
Yeah.
Is Mark from With the Will. He runs With the Will, and so it's like it might not be helping him directly, but I'd like to be able to, because I've been lurking or I haven't been active in the With the Will forums, I would say in about 10 years, but I still lurk.
Yeah.
And a lot of the information that we report on comes from there and different things. So I'd like to be able to do something to give back in a way. So yeah. It's just a shame that
get something out of it anyway.
Yeah, but it's just a shame that with those Adventure 99 Blu-rays that they're not dual audio. Because the cuts that were made to the dub, are so extraneous that the audio just does not line up anymore. So that's why they have to release basically an English set and a Japanese set. And it would still be cheaper than buying the full Blu-ray set from Amazon Japan. Because Japanese Blu-ray prices are daylight robbery.
Yeah, they really are.
Like absolute daylight robbery. I think like when the Persona 5 Blu-ray was coming out for the animation for that, it was like $500 or something. Probably my work phone? I don't know. But yeah, I remember the Persona 5 animation when that came out on home media. The pricing was stupid. And obviously people were trying to justify it. I'm just like, no, not in this day and age. You can't justify that in this day and age.
Define daylight robbery, says Yami.
Oh hey, let me have a look. Well, actually, well, yeah. Go on. Let's bring up Amazon Japan here.
I thought you were literally gonna bring up the dictionary to define the phrase there, just to be peaky.
No. Because I hold myself to a higher standard. So hold on. Let's see. Digimon Adventure Blu-ray complete.
Watch it be on sale for nothing.
Oh, well, these are all the Western releases. So
gotta go digging.
oh geez, the rookie version of that Digivice I got is now $400 on the secondhand market. Ew. Why is it giving? Oh, I suppose it's picking up on my It's probably picking up on my region.
Oh.
So hold on, let me try another way. Oh, these are all the music CDs, which are actually pretty cheap.
Yeah.
$10 a pop. for all the oh, these are all like their character songs and
Are they digital or actual CDs?
actual CDs.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not bad.
Um.
There's... Oh no, there's not. I thought there were two in the chat, but there's just two different.
Oh. Because I know I've looked at the. Okay, so it's not giving me the results now that I want it.
Yeah.
That's the oh, because it replaced BD with CD. God, okay, here we go. Here we go.
There we go. Did that say
Digimon Adventure 15th Anniversary Blu-ray box set. 8 discs. I think that's an art book. On Blu-ray, $390.
Yeah.
On DVD, for some reason, and even then, that looks like a knockoff case.
Yeah, that doesn't even look real.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
It's still basically 600 for some reason.
Wow. I think it was just the display pic.
The multiplier just changed the display pic. It's just different listings.
No, display pic.
Oh, for Ben. Yeah.
Yeah, that's converted. We're looking at the yen.
We're looking at the yen. So generally with yen, you can move the decimal point one to the right and get an approximation of it in dollars. The dollar and the euro is basically on par.
Yeah.
So it's rough. So I'm just for yeah.
Yeah. So the Blu-ray is.
So you're looking at the
39,000.
39,000, and that's on sale.
Yeah.
That's with a 35% discount. So you weren't too far off when you said watch it be on sale.
Yeah.
Normally, it is, what's that say, 60,000?
Yeah.
60,280?
Yeah.
So 600. The guts of $600 for 8 discs of a 52 episode show. Get out of here.
Yeah.
No, I love this franchise, but no.
No.
Season 2 is 37,998 yen. So, but again, about 400.
Yeah.
Doesn't appear to be on sale. It doesn't say.
No.
So yeah. And that's only one of the listings. Another one has it in for new from 62,200.
Yeah, the used price is the 300.
Yeah. And then the Kizuna box set. This isn't even the one I was looking at initially. The Kizuna box set I was looking at before had like so many different extras to it. Oh, it's this one.
Yes.
Oh no, wait, that's it. Wait, sorry, that's that's sorry, that's not even Kizuna. That's the combined box sets of Adventure 99 and 02.
Okay.
400 somehow. I don't get how like this dual set is on the same par as the single set. But again, it just drives home the point that the Japanese Blu-ray and DVD pricing is it's daylight robbery.
Yeah. Like Yami said, there is no movie in existence worth 350 quid.
No.
Series,
which is weird because when because I would happily buy music CDs and stuff like for shows and games and things, and they're incredibly cheap. Like I would almost expect the CDs to be in the same ballpark, especially with how the music industry works. But I can get a 6-disc soundtrack for like $50.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Octopath Traveler 2, they announced that soundtrack is going to be 6 discs. I'm just like, oh, okay. But yeah, no, so like it is daylight robbery. So going through Discotheque Media for at least the official English releases, it'll still work out cheaper in the long run. Oh, there's the one I wanted. So yeah, there's the version of Kizuna that I wanted, and it's got like it's got a thank you thing from the staff. It's got a booklet. It shows off a lot of the production stills and things.
That's a poster, I take it.
No, that is just
Oh, it's not the back of the box?
that's just about, yeah.
Ah.
So it looks like that on one side and that when you on the other. Sorry, that yeah. So it's sorry. So that's the slipcase. So you've
Yeah.
got you've got Taichi and Yamato and the Bond versions of Agumon
Yeah.
and Gabumon on the slip box, and then on the inside, you've got this folds out. That's the image on the inside when you open it. When you open up
Yeah.
the
Okay.
and
Yeah.
that is currently 90 $90, we'll say.
On sale.
On
Yeah.
sale, $90, usually 10,780 yen.
Yeah.
And that like and that's before shipping.
Yeah.
Like if I wanted to if I wanted to buy that today, right, I'm not going to, because I'm again, it's not worth it. I just put my save later. Yeah. So proceed to checkout, right? So currently, oh, and it's not even given. Oh, is that the sale price? The 82. Yeah, yeah. So it's actually it's also bumped the item up by a tenner,
Yeah.
which I'm guessing is to cover tax,
Yeah.
and then it's another $20 shipping. So 78 euro, because 11,121 yen is what it would cost to get this Blu-ray set for Kizuna.
Yeah.
Which translates to
just
78,
movie.
and that's just one movie with a bonus disc
Yeah.
and some cute little extras that are superfluous.
Yeah.
They look nice on a shelf, but I couldn't actually do anything with them long term.
Yeah.
It's not like the Vital bracelet where I'm like, well, I'm gonna get about, however many years out of that. Where you can sort of justify the pricing a little bit more.
Yeah. No, not with a DVD or a Blu-ray.
No, it's insane and basically armed robbery. So return to cart, yes, please, and delete. There we go.
Oh, Peter Coles.
No, that's because you have them in your your spy things. Your foot masks. That's the one. I'm a real girl. I know what's up.
You should probably stop shopping on Amazon.
Well, yeah. Well, I just needed the example because
Yeah.
I mean, just like to sort of extrapolate my point about the costs of things. So, welcome everyone to again episode 200 of my little Digimon rambling session. That started very immaturely.
Back and react to your first episode?
No. You'd have to pay me for that. to
Memberships are open.
To react to the first episode of the podcast, which was like already 15 episodes into Appmon or something.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Because I was doing the Appmon reviews separate, and then I got because I had. What way was I working? I think I did the Appmon reviews because the Try reviews were never part of the podcast officially at first. They were their own thing, and then I had this idea of like the podcast initially was going to be this general sort of catch-all, this is what happening and things I'm interested in kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I remember doing a Doctor Who thing at one point, and with the
WWE.
But yeah, with pay-per-views and then I tried reviewing Camp WWE for a while. That was fun. That show ended too early. But like it was that, but then it just grew into this only Digimon because I was just going on like the show echoes on for like 2 or 3 hours as it is. I can't imagine like when we finally run. I can't imagine like what's next when we finally run out of Digimon stuff.
Yeah.
Because eventually we will. Like there's a finite amount of seasons, and I don't feel like doing those finite amount of seasons again in English. Yeah. We could do them as like members only like streams or or if I ever set up a Patreon, we could do them like something like that. But
Yeah.
I can't foresee us, like, one of the podcasts that sort of got me into doing this.
Mm.
The way they would do it is they would, like, when they were doing Adventure 99 and Adventure, like, for an example, right? They went through 99 to blah, 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 blah. It was kind of like what we do now, where you had the veteran bringing in their partner and going,
Yeah.
like my interests. But what they would do is they would do an episode of the Japanese version and an episode of the dub and compare the two and things like that. And it was just like, oh, okay, that's a very interesting way of doing it. But I wouldn't do it myself because A, it's been done,
Yeah.
and B, the way we do the show isn't scripted. Like, we
Yeah.
don't go off for a week and take notes and come back and compare and contrast.
Yeah, we just watch it on the fly. And
Yeah, so
yeah.
I like, so for us, because we encourage a watch along with the audience, the idea of saying to everybody, okay, go get episode 3 of Digimon Tamers in English and Japanese and watch
Yeah.
along with us, and then we'll pick it apart for 2 hours.
Yeah.
God, no.
For something like that, we'd have to be providing what they need to look at.
Yeah, and at that stage, I'm just like, yeah, I don't have the I don't have the legal rights to do that. I'm not providing that sort of, that level of the entertainment. So it's just, so it's just, so eventually, like, but originally, the they were pre-recorded. I would watch the episode and I would take notes as I watched each episode, and then I'd basically just go through my cliff notes and, oh, this is what I liked, this is what I didn't like, I hope they do this, I don't want them to do that, blah blah blah. And then the comment section, you guys were basically like, yeah, this would be fun to do live. And I was like, I was very apprehensive of it at first, because again, I kind of, but at the same time, as much as I liked sitting down with a notepad and going da 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 da, I almost feel like it took me longer to watch the episodes.
Yeah.
Because I was stopping to sort of make a note of a thing, and then I'd have to go back if I missed something, and it, like,
you weren't getting a proper enjoyment of the episode then.
No.
Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of my disdain for 2020 comes from, to be honest.
Yeah, and like that's one of the reasons you kind of swapped over as well, because those just turned into rants about 2020 being bad.
Yeah, and that wasn't fun for me anymore.
Yeah.
And that's when doing this felt like a job, and a job I wasn't being paid for.
Yeah.
At that, it stopped being about interacting with the audience, but it just turned into me having a gripe bomb.
Yeah.
For an hour every week. So when the idea came up about doing the live show, I was very apprehensive, and I think we tested the idea over on Twitch once. I wasn't really happy with how that stream went. And that's kind of my fault. I will always like sort of put my hand up and say that's on me, because the audience is here.
Yeah.
I've like every week I'll say I'll try and promote the Twitch, and I'll do promote the other things that we're available on. And don't get me wrong, I'm not busting the chat's balls for not following over.
Yeah.
But it was, I suppose, naive of me to think that it would just be a snap.
Yeah.
So when the retention was like, not with the retention, but when I did the live show and it was kind of,
Yeah.
It kind of put me off the idea, and I went back to status quo. But then toward the end of 2020, I was like, let's try it again. And that kind of just evolved the show into what it is now. And like over the course of the last couple of years, like this is my second run at Appmon. We've gone through Adventure 2020. We've gone through Try. We did Kizuna as like a movie night thing, which was kind of fun. It was like this. It strictly speaking wasn't a podcast episode, but it got retroactively made one.
Yeah.
You got brought in. You had your debut on the podcast when we watched the dub of Wargame and Hurricane Touchdown, and
I thought that a whole part of the plot existed.
Yeah, because it was so unnecessary to the story that you were like, oh, this is a much better movie once you cut that subsection out. Yeah.
It wasn't even that it was a better movie. It was just like it was so like irrelevant that they just wiped it from my memory because it wasn't there at all. What is happening?
Oh, Ben's making his own fun.
Uh,
Who's this Digimon Miss Digimon Universe episode? What?
Miss
We'll be
Digimon Universe.
Now there's a competition. So Venusmon wins everything, right?
Depends, is it on votes or who's judging?
But you want like a Miss Digimon Universe competition, Jesus. Competition like done like our traditional Miss Universe or like the oh god, the Lovely Girls competition. A Digimon equivalent of the Lovely Girls competition.
Oh, who would be hosting that? Who would be the pervert hosting that?
Oh, it'd have to be Edamon and Betsumon.
What?
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Edamon and Betsumon would have to be the judges.
Oh, wouldn't it be Lilithmon? Again, that depends on who's judging.
Yeah. Jesus. The Lovely Girls competition, for those who don't know, is there was a show that aired back in the early to late 90s called Father Ted, and it was a show about priests who were exiled to this island, and the Lovely Girls competition was like this island's equivalency of Miss Universe and things like that. It's a great show. It's just a shame that the creator and author is a bit of a d-bag.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of because the show covers a lot of topics that are still very relevant in Ireland today, despite the show having come out 30 years ago.
Yeah.
It shows you how much the country has changed in those 30 years, that these issues are still relevant.
Yeah, like things that they say in that show you can just quote today and it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So it's a shame that like the main creator is just such, you feel it almost feels like he wasn't involved in the writing process.
Yeah. Yeah.
The show was a lot more progressive than he is, let's just say that.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a sense, does it?
No. I mean, it has stereotypes and, you know,
Oh, yeah.
it pokes fun at everything. But it's yeah, it's genuinely like a never meet your heroes moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, Lilithmon would be a top competitor in the Miss Digimon Universe competition.
Your brave soul to say no to a demon lord.
Well, I mean, Lilithmon X, can win all the trophies. Lilithmon X, as far as I'm concerned, can win everything. But
well, Venusmon, I'm glad to see you are here.
something like that, yeah. I'm very let's just say I'm very happy that I have both versions of the Venusmon art from the recent pack. Pulling the regular art and the alternate art definitely made my day. I do need to try and get some more of those EX3 packs because I still want that Hina alt art because it's just beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so cute and wholesome. And then the alt arts of her with the mega levels for Vorvomon, and I can never remember the little robot bird's name. Never remember it. But their mega levels, like she's included, like I think she's like riding on their backs or something. So I'd love to get those alts, but
don't obliterate and destroy mean the same thing?
That's so you just want destruction for destruction's sake. That's not I'm not making any orders on that. I suppose I can.
Got all the Beppets and it's almost gone already.
Yeah.
Happens when you don't have it for a week.
Oh, it's a month.
Yeah.
It's great. But yeah, I think that's maybe that's a topic we come back to. just for funsies one day.
Mm.
Like a Miss Digimon Universe competition.
I think we could judge it in a certain way. We could come up with a judging scheme.
Mm. It would just would it turn into bollocks. Do you know what if hindsight's a wonderful thing? But you remember I did the tier list?
Yeah.
Something like that would have been fun for it.
It could be a thing if there's clips of certain ones, we could kind of judge it on personality or things like
a
that.
a lot of the competitors in this franchise have massive personality. So there's a wealth of let's move on before I get myself in trouble. There's a wealth of options. Is all I will say.
Have to do the mystery universe as well.
No. Anyway, overall, surely it'll be default on Jawomon. I mean, there is that fear, isn't there? Like that she would just win because nostalgia. But that said, I mean, 20 odd years later, that design still holds up. I much prefer that design over Anjouwomon X.
Yeah, or anything.
Or Lady Devimon X is still a bit weird. I don't hate it as much as Anjouwomon X, but it's still a really, it's like you tried to reinvent the wheel but didn't know how.
We're out of the running to keep first place more open.
Oh, you mean how they had to run the song competition twice and take Butterfly out? Just because Butterfly was winning too much? Yeah, I mean, that is basically, but then I feel like lovely Angemon might win. That's the closest to her.
Yeah, you'd have to take out all of her versions.
Well, look, we'll get into the show anyway. I don't really have any news. Work messed me over with my travel this week. At first I was traveling, and then at last minute I wasn't, and I'm kind of like, I had to rearrange plans because of this, and now I'm annoyed. But I did get that fancy Beelzemon deck.
Yeah,
which is,
and at least you don't have to get up early in the morning now.
Well, I
you have to get up for work, but you don't have to get up early.
I don't have to get up at 4 a.m, thank God. So yeah, there's that. I'll always take that as a victory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that fancy Beelzemon deck, which is really cool. When I was going through it, it's the coldest starter deck I've ever held in my hands.
Yeah.
Because every card is shiny.
Oh.
So it's like the foil just absorbed all the cold. And it was like ice in my hands. The sleeves in it are pretty good. And I like the alternate arts. They're fun. I think I put it up on Instagram.
I think you did.
I also got I mentioned earlier on the Sunday show, I got the 25th anniversary VPEC collection. I'm still loving that, and I love how easy it was to just get that set rather than what the English version did. So because of the way the English version ran it, and with how unreliable my local game stockists are, shall we say, I am left with none of those arts. I just wish, I kind of just wish that, like, even if you do them through Premium Bandai, like the Japanese version, just make the sets, just make the product the same. This insistence on doing things different because reasons.
It doesn't benefit anyone.
Surely you'd make more money by being able to tell people you get all 12 cards at once.
Yeah.
Rather than, oh great, I have to buy how many boxes?
Yeah.
And that's how many people are really going to fork out for the additional boxes so they could try and get all the arts, versus how many people would just go, all right, yeah, here's fucking $30 or whatever for the 12 of them.
Yeah.
I don't remember how much it cost me. I'm just spitballing.
Oh no.
Cool. So someone else can win the tournament.
Yeah.
We were done a favor.
Cannon was filled up with rocks.
What?
What?
Did she get stoned? That's pretty. Is that groovy? Is that not groovy? No, that's not groovy at all. Right.
That
So,
note, should we hit play?
yeah, I was just there. So on now, I think we'll get into the episodes. So as ever, we are watching via the Crunchyroll app, so feel free to join along with us, or however it is indeed you are watching your anime. I don't know where else Appmon is available, so however you're viewing it, thank you for joining in the watch along. We are starting with that's the wrong controller. Episode 18, Haru and Yujin's Bond. Stop the rampaging Reshamon. So, I don't remember much of this episode.
I vaguely remember it.
Like, I think I remember the premise, but that's about it.
I guess we'll get into it and see what.
Yeah, see what sparks the memory banks.
Yeah.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, hit the play button. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ba, ba. Cat. Toei animation. Yeah, we don't have a ta-da like the other one.
Hologram ghost.
Oh, yeah, that's the other show. I still don't like that translation of your future is already searched.
Yeah, it sounds awkward. It sounds like a translation.
It sounds like yeah.
Oh, it's cold. Is that the last one we watched?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was the 7 code.
He was.
Alright. He is the 7 code we cannot have.
Yet. We'll look into those after Iceland.
Hi, Misty. I'll always say hi to a doggo.
Oh! Hello, Misty the doggo.
L treasure game, huh?
Mm. So it's Pokemon. Oh, God, this is the Pokemon Go episode, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. She finally punched something.
Oh,
that's not the payoff.
I really hope not.
That's not the payoff I've been building up to.
I'm here now. What's wrong with this kid? What kid?
Haru's not getting deleted. That was Owie.
What?
Did anyone notice? Hold on, I need to rewind a sec. One of those character designs was just Owie. From Survive. It's just
That's Owie, yeah.
Where's my phone? Oh God, I'll have to rewind it a little bit further because Crunchyroll is insisting on doing the thing where it blurs everything.
I have it. Oh. The TV just got possessed.
The TV got possessed.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
So, Survive is in this universe?
Yeah!
Survive is in the Appmon universe.
Survive is in the Appmon universe, apparently.
Oh, look, it's the sussy boyfriend. Why does he not? Everyone else knows.
Reasons.
Okay. Why is he? Even she noticed. Oh no, she didn't. Oh, she ships them. He has some really thick eyebrows.
I love their geeky little high five.
Did Pokemon turn into Digimon? Those designs would be interesting. Like that post that you and Reiko were talking on.
Oh yeah,
That the Digimon
the
Pokemon.
Koraidon and the Miraidon human form thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they were to turn into Digimon, they'd have a lot more lot more changes. These stuff's on for now, yeah.
Ande. No sap.
No subs can't keep up.
No. Oh, this obviously will be much easier to keep up with than when we get to Cross Wars, because Cross Wars goes full rap, and and Japanese rap is a pain to try and keep up with.
I'd say so. Considering sometimes when they're singing, they just leave out entire syllables. I used to try rap along in Korean with one of the fastest Korean rappers, and it was a pain because you know when you know all the words but you just cannot do it physically. There's just not enough. I was gonna say there's not enough speed in your mouth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Why is my television possessed?
Cable out?
Is it just cold?
Is it? Well, that is -10 tonight, isn't it? What are we on now? Oh, we're only on 1 degree now. Feels like -3. There we go. Oh, down to 0. Feels like -4. Oh, your face is all wonky.
Yeah.
Do you see that? Ah, look.
Do you know more than you're letting on, Eugen? I wonder what happened. Legitimately, from the back of his phone, I thought it was a Pokedex.
Oh, she's trying to hide out. Look.
Yeah.
She's so bad at disguises.
How convenient is it that we all met up at the same place? The Astros featuring Eugen. He's still stuck on that name, huh?
I still like that the two that wear shorts are like she wears shorts normally, and she's got tights on under them now, and so does Astra.
Yeah.
I don't think he had shorts before or tights under his shorts before, did he?
Well, they're probably like Under Armour things because it's
Yeah.
winter.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good friend, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Flying kicks! Just... Ah! Aries' face is just... Aries' face was just so done with him at that point. Hey, Desmond.
He doesn't. Oh. Love a picture so I can see.
I'm not.
No, we're not putting up pictures of Appmon.
We don't need that.
Wonder Armor.
See, yeah, they're back to bickering.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is Coachmon?
The Coachmon, yeah.
Yeah.
He's actually one of my favorites. This guy!
Army Squid?
Virusmon.
I'm caught in their group. Jesus. They're not a couple guys.
Sure they are. You cannot convince me that Haru and Yujin aren't boyfriends. Caught up, man! Mood. No! He's so
He's in Egypt.
How did he get from Egypt to Japan on the cheapest route? How long was he on that boat for? Is there even a boat that goes that way?
I have no idea. Oh, excuse me.
He's kind of cute.
Yeah.
You know, at least at this stage of the show, they're like, oh yeah, totally an Appmon.
Yeah.
Where Ghost Gamer's still like, oh, maybe it's a ghost. Uh-oh. Harry, what were you hoping to do with that Digivice in such a cramped space, though?
Yeah.
Stock footage!
Pokemon can't move in 3D, so he downgraded as a 2D Super Appmon. What?
Attention, please. Big stretch. Sorry, I like the attention, please.
You got more than one.
I'm getting spoiled today.
You make cartoons of yourself. We don't make cartoons. We are just two flat images.
That's it. We're the super Appmons that got downgraded to 2D.
Do not like that design.
He's like if the soldiers in Resident Evil were given Digimon form.
Yeah. He's such an odd design, though. He's like a gas mask with an old army helmet with Viking horns with squid.
Mm.
Oh no, you've been defeated by ventilation. Oh, did he actually slice him in half?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Bye-bye. He's out cold, yo!
Oh, excuse me. Okay. You're very soft. I don't trust him at all.
He's holding his eyelid! Oh, just the umbrella logo.
Yeah.
maybe Virus One was designed very intentionally.
Yeah.
How did that not get trampled?
Yeah. Like that should have slid all the way back.
Oh
through
god!
everyone's feet.
After like the train jerked forward, yeah.
Oh, he's your boyfriend.
Lore.
Oh, you were too bossy.
He was right though.
Aw, that's when the romance began.
Yeah.
Haru didn't tell him to turn around there. Was he just gonna smack him in the back of the head with that football?
Second place. I just punched him in the fist.
Yeah. He doesn't even know how to high five.
Yeah. Yeah, Haru.
He's a strange boy.
Yeah. I mean, he was a very withdrawn kid.
Yeah.
He calls himself a side character. But to me, aww,
Aww.
he loves him really.
That's sus though.
Aww.
Aw. Mhm. Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
Was this episode a swing of Pokemon Go? I believe so. I think Pokemon Go came out around the same time.
Mm.
Take strong antivirus precautions. What, Windows Defender isn't enough?
And again, the area ending just makes no sense. It's
Like,
lovely, but it just makes no sense.
we
And
only
I keep thinking that's her butt.
I think we only have it for a few more episodes anyway. But yes, okay.
I
It's
keep
not
thinking
just
that's a
me.
butt and a leg, and then I go, oh no, shoulder and arm.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, they did show some restraint. There's nothing too suggestive about any of her
Yeah.
imagery.
Like the one where she's in the
This
water.
is still my favorite one.
Yeah, that's really pretty.
The kimono one.
The one where she's in the water, like kicking it, like it looks like dorky rather
Yeah,
than.
but like
I mean, look,
a
I've been in
lesser
water.
anime would have styled a butt into the bottom of that.
Yeah. You'd have cleavage at the wazoo there. In
Yeah.
that one.
Some anime are weird.
Yeah. Like they didn't go down the route of like wet t-shirt or anything. She just looks like a dork in the water. Like,
Yeah,
it's
and
cute.
that's fine. Yeah, it's adorable. Like it's.
Yeah, had she been a Digimon.
Well, see, there we go. Oh, it's the Valentine's Day episode.
Ah.
Oh yeah, spoil it in the preview show. Yeah, spoil what's to come in the preview. Sure.
Is this your first time to an anime show?
Right. No, I know. I just Frieza defeated. Yeah. Right. So, what did we think about this one?
I don't know, really. I mean, it was fun.
Yeah.
Ooh, favorite character.
I know that's tough this week, isn't it?
It's tough because it's like nobody really stood out.
Yeah, but nobody got in the way either.
Yeah.
Like nobody had like go away heat.
Yeah. I feel kind of
Like I'd almost give it to Eugen for the backstory, but I'd almost give it to Haru for the heroics and the backstory.
yeah, I'd rather give it to Haru over Eugen anyway.
Poor Eugen.
Eugen is sauce.
Yeah.
Also, he was a little meanie.
he was just over eager. The brats didn't know how to.
The brats. He was the brat. He came into their school and started barking orders at them.
Paid off, didn't it? They got second.
And only paid off after he realized that was the wrong thing to do.
But that's what Haru's there for.
And that's why he deserves it.
But Eugen's the coach, man. He's not. That is not me. That is not me being subtle. That is just me making a pun.
I don't know. I don't know where I place this. The backstory was okay, I guess.
Huh.
It didn't really.
Where the romance began.
Yeah, but it didn't bring up any mind-blowing facts or anything about the characters. It's exactly what you'd expect it to be. And again,
yeah, it wasn't that kind of backstory. Yeah.
Yeah, the humans were predictable and went where they were told.
Yep.
When they were told.
Because that's what we do with apps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you take this episode like as Yami said, a swing. I wouldn't say. I think calling it a swing is a bit much. But
did you put that up on the screen?
What? I did. So after all those DBZ out about outro spoilers too. Yeah, I know, that's what I mean. That's why I just referenced Frieza wins. Oh, sorry. Or Frieza defeated even, Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, it's episode.
But like if you take this as a swing at Pokemon Go, Pokemon Go app says there's a really strong 5-star raid battle, 2 blocks away, you're gonna go do it. Or there's a rare Pokemon that's only gonna show up in this one position.
Yeah. And then 10 out of the 30 people who are running towards it won't wait for the button to cross the road.
No. I mean, you remember all the stories about people getting
walking out onto motorways
and all when Pokemon Go first came out, and just how stupid natural selection was in full swing.
Yeah, because you can't blame the app for any
No.
of that. People were just stupid.
Exactly.
And climbing into it. Now, okay, some of the Pokestops and stuff being in restricted areas was stupid. But they're mostly...
But that's an AI calibrating.
Yeah.
Based on what people
like
visit.
there's one around the corner from us, and you have to go into the grounds of a factory to get to it.
Yeah.
But the people in that factory were probably playing it and turned that into a landmark,
But that's it. Yeah.
So that's how it gets. But you don't.
And
you
all the
know,
dead bodies found.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
But yeah, but the people will just run to it.
yeah. But I do like that. Like it's also Mienumon collecting all this information,
Yeah.
which is really fun, and that like the villain is actually keeping tabs on humanity's actions for a reason.
Yeah.
Um,
Interesting to see what data she's collecting, and then
Hmm.
eventually all the whys of why she needed this information.
Yeah.
And what she's gonna do with it. It's gonna be fun. And Coachman pointing at it with a bat like he's a teacher in the classroom.
Yeah. But I do kind of like this running joke of him just like, you're such an ogre.
She
Yeah,
just
no, but
looks-
you're actually an ogre.
Yeah. She just looks so like he's complimenting her.
Oh yeah.
And she's just like, no.
Yeah.
Her whole face just like sinks like.
Can we, speaking of like whole faces, can we talk for just a brief moment about Eri's face when Haru fell over the railing?
Yeah. Also, can we talk about how those two just defied gravity getting over that
Oh
thing?
yeah, it's the flying kicks everywhere. Like Haru, like but Eri was just like, "Can I go home?"
Yeah. I was already upset about. Oh, the TV's doing it again. There must be a cable out at the back there. Must be.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
have to check the plugs.
yeah, I'll have to just unplug and replug the cables back in and see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd give this a low mark, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, like it was fine,
Hmm.
but nothing really jumped out. The game was just,
Yeah, it was just it was like it was a literal plot device to get them to where they needed
like
to
we
be.
had our funny bit with the guy ending up in Egypt somehow.
Yeah, taking the cheapest route, mind you. So I don't know how that works, because even if you do take cheap travel and you end up on a shipping freight for, like, those things take months to get anywhere. There's a reason why when you select that option for parcels, it's like $400 or sorry, yen, or $50 or something, because it's like you're going to be waiting months on your item. Like, you're not paying for a whole lot of air fuel.
But again, that was him following what the apps told him to do. He was doing what one app told him to do and following the directions of another one. So yeah, that was funny about it. Nothing jumped out as a huge.
Yeah, no.
Oh my god, this was so fun.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I think it really was a fun episode. It
was fun, but I don't think it was a high scoring episode.
No, again, there's probably a reason I don't remember much about the episode. I forgot the flashback happened. Because I was like, okay, so he's having trouble telling Eugen about everything. And then my brain was like, okay, so which episode is it that he actually tells him then? Because if it's not by the end of this one, I genuinely don't remember which episode he eventually just sort of goes, oh. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, sorry, there was just a message. The message blocked. It's fine.
Sure. How cheap is cheap when Egypt is a more reasonable destination than the train 2 stops down?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Well then, what would you score it then out of 5?
I'm not really sure. Like, it was nice and wholesome. But I don't think it's low in a bad way.
Yeah, that's fine.
So 3.
Yeah, I think 3 is fair.
Yeah.
It's not low, not high, but
yeah,
I think a 3 is fine.
The ones I've given like 2.5. The one I've given 2.5. I genuinely didn't like. So I don't feel like this is as low as that.
No.
So yeah, give it a 3.
I think a 3 is fair. I'd have probably said the same thing. I'd said about a 3, maybe a 3.5.
Let's give it to Haru.
Haru?
Yeah.
Okay. This is your first time giving Haru the.
Yeah.
Um.
You're gonna give it to Eri for the face she put.
No. I would love to, but no. I'm just looking at my other. You see the whole picture. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 3.5.
Yeah.
I think I enjoyed it just that little bit more. Um.
I don't think it's a future sight thing with you either, though, because you couldn't remember this episode.
No,
so
exactly. It's not.
it's
Yeah.
like,
No, actually, you know what? No. I'll stick with 3.
One has a soccer issue, or did. Hero hasn't done any sports much yet, has he? No, I don't think Hero's done any sports. No fishing. No
Yeah.
camping.
I mean, football is big in Japan, isn't it?
Mm.
Like baseball and fishing. Like those are really popular over there.
Yeah,
So
but I don't think Hero's done any sports in those games.
sorry, I literally thought I literally thought.
What?
I literally thought Yami meant Haru
Oh,
because the names they're similar enough.
yeah.
Single syllables both have a H and an R.
Yeah.
No, Hero hasn't done anything sporty yet,
No. None of them have.
which is weird. No,
Because Kyoshiro doesn't really
Hmm.
do sports.
Mm.
He does
Sure, imagine.
science.
And Ruli is too busy getting herself into precarious situations after
Yeah,
being
she's a
told not to
musician,
get into.
so, yeah.
Yeah, but we don't even see her do that anymore.
Yeah, true.
She was playing piano for like an episode,
Yeah, and then
her hands got taken away,
Yeah.
and never again.
yeah, I was gonna say something then.
It's like Ruli playing the piano, disappeared around the same time that Kyoshiro's talismans did.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's fine. Well, it's not that it's fine. I would like to see them bring those elements back.
Yeah.
But at least that meme that's like, for the love of God, don't give a character a favorite food because that will just become their personality in fan fiction.
Yeah.
I feel like fan fiction for Ghost Game is just Ruli plays the piano a lot.
Probably.
So I'm kind of like, if they
Yeah.
don't lean too much into it.
Yeah. At the same time, don't give them.
Don't give them a hobby if you're not going to bring it up more than
and,
once.
Like, she was good at the piano. She wasn't just playing it herself.
No.
Like, she was actually good at it and
But
stressing about her future about it when her fingers were disappearing.
But I also think like football is also a very protagonisty sport.
Yeah.
But like Yami's not wrong. Taichi and Sora, they bonded over football.
Yeah.
Daisuke got into football, started looking up to Taichi. Ken was on a rival team.
Yeah.
Takato, I don't remember anything with Takato on a ball at all, but I guess my memory will be jogged when we get back to Tamers.
And Tamers,
did Takato play football at all? I could see Terriermon playing football before I can see Takato.
I know something. Stealing like bread in the clothes and messing up the yard.
Oh.
So I know there was something to do with the football field. It might have been Kulamon.
Oh, yeah. But like, has Takato participated in the sport?
I don't know if they were going out to like play football and then realized the field was messed up or something.
Oh, but that could have just been PE.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure.
But... in Takuya in season 4.
Yeah, there you go. They played with Kulamon after he went all alien crossers on the pitch. Yeah.
Okay. Right. And then in season 4, Takuya nearly gets isekai'd because of a football.
Right.
Masaru
Looks like he'd play football.
I don't think he does though.
No.
I think he's too busy punching things to play sports.
Oh, yeah, he'd be dangerous in a football game.
Yeah. I don't think Masaru has ever played football, but again, when we get back to season 5, that'll jog memory.
Yeah. Traded it out for boxing.
Traded out for boxing. Yeah, he does boxing. In a couple of episodes. Then again, so does Toma, the mat of that series. Hell, one of the episodes is he just does boxing to try and beat Toma. Toma, though, is 14-year-old Olympic level boxer.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because he's one of those child prodigies.
Yeah.
You know, basically he doesn't go as far as having a doctorate by the age of 14.
Yeah.
Gets there at the end though.
Okay.
You know. Then in season 6, Taiki is like he's in every sport.
Yeah.
Like it's part of his character that like one of the because Taiki is like the problematic part of being a protagonist where he can't say no to someone.
Okay.
So if say a member of the soccer team or the basketball team goes down with an illness, they'll come to him and go, "We need somebody to fill in, and I don't know what to do." And he'll go,
he'll do it.
He'll do it. And then it's even in the lore that like he'll spend the entire night before learning how to play the game, so he can help out when you know. So he's a problematic sort of protagonist in that sense, even to the point where the girl of the show has to follow him around with a giant pillow so that when he inevitably crashes and burns, she just lops it under him so he can fall on top of it.
Why don't you carry around a pillow for me?
No. You're not a problematic protagonist.
I'm a very sleepy person.
That's different.
I could do with a pillow.
No. So yeah, so Taiki ends up being great at every sport.
Yeah.
As a
not
result.
exactly because he wants to.
Yeah, more out of obligation than because he wants to. Then Tagiru, basketball is his thing. So there's a ball. It's a ball sport. It's not football, but it's a ball sport.
So none of them play baseball, really.
No. Masaru is the one I could see playing baseball, though. And I'm having very vague imagery of maybe there is an episode of him in a batting arena. Now, he could just be in front of one of those machines taking swings by himself. That maybe
Should we wreck the place?
that maybe my memory is fusing things together. But I can see him in that helmet with the in a batting cage.
Yeah.
But I could be mixing it up with something else. But it's like, you know, the Leon in Danganronpa, where he started off as a baseball player and then turned into like this punk rocker. Yeah. So I could see him playing baseball kind of in like that sort of capacity.
Yeah.
You know, that wouldn't look out of place.
Yeah.
And then well, I mean, Haru, we got a whole football related backstory.
He doesn't actually play, but
yeah, if he does, he's very casually.
Yeah.
He played. I'm not repeating. I'm not. No, I'm not. I am not. Oh, you got where I was.
I think I know where you're going with that.
Yeah, no. Well, you know, shared brain cell. That's gonna happen. I'm not saying that sentence out loud.
Yeah, we kind of have to.
And then Hero. Yeah, Hero hasn't done any sports.
No, just fishing and camping.
Yeah. He's a very outdoorsy protagonist.
Yeah.
Which is different, which is fine. Right.
He's not a loner per se, but he's a bit of an.
But if he didn't have to hang out with the other two, I don't think he would.
Yeah. Well, then he'd only be hanging out with Nomura.
Oh no! I think Hero would be happy enough to just go off into the woods and be by himself.
Yeah.
If he didn't have to hang around with Kyosho and Ruli, he'd probably be okay not doing so. I think.
Yeah.
You know, he'd just detach. I get the feeling he would just detach and go, "Oh, okay." And that's probably down to abandonment issues. Thanks, Hokuto.
And mom.
And mom. Oh yeah, he does have a mother, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. You
Allegedly.
Can't blame it all on...
Allegedly.
Can't blame it all on Hokuto.
I wanna though. He's such a
She left first.
Oh,
She left that child alone with Hokuto.
oh God! And then Hokuto went. Digivice go brr.
Yeah.
Here's a pet. Here's a pet Triceratops. Don't let it turn evil.
Oh god.
The three of those are their own family at this point. Yeah.
Is really living in an apartment?
Yeah.
Does she have parents?
I think her parents are away as well. I
Yeah.
think they're the. I think she also has the classic "my parents are abroad" trope going on.
Yeah.
So she lives in this apartment by herself.
Kyoto's the one who lives abroad.
Well, yeah, Kyotaro moved out. Kyotaro got his doctorate and went, "See ya, I'm gonna go be a weeb."
Yeah, exactly.
Living the dream.
You guys are just too Western for me.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I'm just gonna move into my own apartment with my
I'm gonna move into my own dorm and start a school.
yeah. With my jellyfish girlfriend and my my blonde American girlfriend.
Yeah.
Kyotaro doesn't end up with a harem by the end of Ghost Game and be very disappointed.
We got a passing reference once off of her, and we know she has extended family, but actual parents not anymore.
Oh, the parents were actually deceased. Oh, so
Are they?
oh well, not anymore. I would presume. We'll look that up later.
Yeah.
I need
honestly
I
can't
need a
remember.
refresher on Ruri's backstory
Yeah.
because we got mentions of the family in the Lamormon episode,
Yeah.
but those were distant relatives. They weren't
Yeah,
like
it was like a-
immediate family.
Yeah, they were like cousins.
Mm. So safe to say her mom is gone. She was probably sacrificed to the legends. So she was probably sacrificed, and then dad is it like Ace Attorney with the Fae clan where the fathers all get fed up and just leave.
Well, you know, their wife has just been murdered. Why would they?
Why would he look after his daughter? Yeah, why? You know, oh, you're
No,
gonna
I
you're
mean,
you're
no,
gonna you're
not
gonna
why would he look after his daughter? He clearly moved her out of there, away from the crazy people,
Mm.
and I don't
And
know,
then left her to her own devices
in
with
the
her
city,
giant
away
rabbit
from-
ghost.
Yeah, there you go. A giant rabbit ghost.
Yeah, I don't really have anything for the halftime show.
No, there's nothing to set up or anything. I do need to take a break for a moment.
Okay, we can do a quick BRB.
Yeah, because I need to dry my tootsies off.
Yes, for the feet masks.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, look, we'll take a break for 5 or 6 minutes, and then we'll come back to episode 19, the Net Ocean in Trouble.
The Sea of the Net.
No, I refuse to call it that.
The Sea of the Net. It's so stupid.
I did not install free OceanNet internet connectivity discs onto my first PC, you know, just to refer to it as the Sea of the Net. Parents have very well paid jobs, Ruli has a house, and they're upkeeping it from somewhere. So they're just letting their 14-year-old child live by herself.
That's not really that uncommon in anime and like,
No, I know.
dramas and stuff.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
know, but just on a realistic term, they would be
Yeah.
locked up.
Depends really. Depends on how much money they have.
Right. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna be right back, and then we'll pick up with episode 19.
Mhm.
Oh, hold on. Before we
Oh.
do that, we
Yeah,
never
ranked
we
them.
never actually ranked the episodes. So let's do that, and then we'll hit the BRB button. So
Alright,
did that actually go in? No, it
No.
didn't. What? There we go. That was weird.
no,
Oh, it did. What the frig?
That was weird.
Yeah, that just glitched.
Why can't you press buttons, AJ?
I can. The spreadsheet just didn't fill in correctly.
So,
I I think I'll just move all of this down one.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I like this better than I am Navimon.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it under Puzzlemon.
Under Puzzlemon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Thinking about it, I'm gonna put it above Puzzlemon.
Okay.
Ah, there we go. And you're gonna put it under Puzzlemon, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Fun times, fun times. So it is my 13th favorite episode so far, and it is your 14th favorite episode so far. Not bad. Cool beans. Alright, guys. Again, we are going to just do a quick BRB, and then we will be back with episode 19. So, see you in a tick. We're back.
Hi.
Did you miss us? Like a hole in the head?
Dark.
It's my secret, Captain. I'm always morbid. Right. So, episode 19. From what I remember, this is a really good episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ow.
I've been talking about something paying off
Okay.
for a while. That's going to be in this episode.
Watch me not notice.
Oh yeah. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm just openly saying it.
Watch me not catch on at all.
Yeah. That's why I'm just openly saying it, because I fully.
I am so unobservant.
I just feel like it'll. I feel like I could say nothing, and then in a few days you'll go, "Hey, wait a minute, this thing happened."
Yeah.
So, right, team, are you ready?
I am ready.
Then, for the thousands in attendance, for the millions watching around the world, for Eugen. Ooh, let's get ready to... copyright strike! I can't complete that one. Anyway.
They really hit you for that?
God, no. I just think it's funnier to not finish the stuff.
Yeah, but no, it wouldn't surprise me if they would, you see.
Oh, well, yeah. I just think it's funnier to not finish the bit. That in itself is a bit.
Yeah.
It's like, like the channel isn't
I
like.
thought you were gonna go, it's like, whatever. No, I think that's from The Simpsons. Isn't it?
Yeah, well, also that, but it's like, it's like,
Right?
Just give me. You're not allowed to have these
You
on.
didn't have to take me anywhere. I'm home.
Get out. No, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So it's like, because one of the intros that I used to do was like similar to that. It was like, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, tonight. It was kind of leaned into the old New Age Outlaws intro kind of thing. But I realized this channel, it's not. It's not PG.
Yeah.
But it's not 18 plus either.
Yeah.
But I do feel like you should be 18 plus to take part.
Yeah.
Like we're not overly, like it's not adult material we're covering. It's pretty...
No, but sometimes a character will give someone a look and I'll just be like, oh my god, stop looking at the children like that. And then it turns into a weird conversation.
Yeah. Or
where you kind of need to be an adult and not a minor to be.
Yeah. So like, I think the kids call it say som't. So we're not say so, but but we're not overly. We're not lewd tubers either.
Yeah.
We're still. Yeah. Again, you should probably be legally allowed to drink before watching the channel.
Yeah.
Legally now doesn't mean you have to partake, but
yeah.
Just
be of age.
Just be of age.
In our country.
Yeah, because America that'd be 21.
Yeah.
You can go to war when you're 16, but God forbid you have a shot.
Shot was the wrong word to use there.
Well, yeah, no, I was gonna cycle back on it.
Legally, a number that changes across the globe. Exactly.
That's why Meg specified in our country. Because again, in America, you can get conscripted. I still believe you can still be conscripted under 18, but you can shoot the enemy, but you can't take a shot of whiskey until you're 21.
You can probably go out and buy a gun.
Yeah,
but not a drink.
Which is so weird. That obsession that obsession they have with bare arms is I'll never understand it. Sorry, no, it's the right to bear arms, not the right to have bare arms. Sorry. Bearmon arms? No, that wouldn't work. Anyway, this bit is going off the rail.
We're gonna go down into another political.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
At least we're not picking on Yami this week.
I didn't even want to broach the topic. Thank you. Thanks, Meg. I was trying to steer the conversation away before anything. But no. Where's the brain cell? Where's the single brain cell then?
Because you had the thought, and I just got part of the thought, and the thought was
no. You said that. I was just trying to. No, let's not be political. Let's move on to Digimon, and you went. Yeah.
Shut up and give me more Beppis.
No. No, you've had your fill.
No, I haven't.
No, you haven't. It's made you giddy enough.
No, I'm sleepy now.
No, you're not.
I need more sugar.
No, you don't. There's no. It's max. There's no sugar.
I need
Step is max. There's no sugar. So, episode 19. Episode 9, and you wonder why it's half gone.
Give me the Beppis.
No.
Let me have some Beppis.
No.
Yeah.
Restraint. Show some restraint.
No.
Why not?
I just want one more can, please.
No. That's how it starts. One more can now, and then you just.
And then I'll crash out and I go to bed. And
No,
I'll
and
be
then
up
you
early and I
know.
won't drink another one till tomorrow.
No.
Give me Give me some Pepsi, please.
What do you think, chat? Chat, should I give Meg the Pepsi?
Yes. Yeah, they have walked into something weird.
Should I give
AJ won't give me Pepsi.
Sleek? Yo!
What app are we in now?
We're
Now
about
we're having
to-
an episode because AJ won't give me a Pepsi.
We're about to start episode. We're about to start episode 19. But should I give Meg more Pepsi?
Yeah.
Should I run a poll?
I don't think you can run a poll on YouTube.
I'm gonna find out.
I don't think you can. They're not.
Engage
problems.
with your audience. Start a poll.
Give Meg a Beppis, yes or no?
Oh yeah. No, don't. Okay. How do I? There we go.
There you go. $19? Is it 19? Oh yeah, 18 and 19, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I should say. Yep, 18 and 19. So Yami has voted no
So mean.
because Yami had to ban.
I haven't had it in ages. Not fair.
Does the poll come up on Streamlabs? It does.
It does. You have to vote on it too.
Do I?
That means I can vote on it. Take that. What mean person took away my vote? Oh.
2 votes. I can't see the results through Streamlabs. Can I see them on YouTube proper? I can. Hold on. Oh, it's 1-1. Who won? Who else? Someone else should vote.
It is Pepsi Max. Change your vote. That was you, wasn't it?
That wasn't, and I can prove it.
Now I'm here watching ads for your channel.
Well, yeah, the chat just does not want you to have more Pepsi Max.
No fair. Yeah, it is Pepsi Max. Yeah, we don't drink the regular Pepsi around here.
Wow.
Only when it's the only thing available. But that's rare.
She'll just steal it when you're not looking anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, except AJ's sitting in front of it.
Guarding it like Smaug. Oh! Oh, it wants you to sign in, does it? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh God, no!
Oh, you just closed the chat. That's what you get.
Docs, where is Chatterbox?
No. No, not Chatterbox chat.
Can't even delete this. This is your fault somehow.
You're the one who started a poll. You could have just handed me a Beppe.
Oh, chat. Okay.
No, you hide the Chatterbox from the same place.
Yeah.
There you go.
Close poll. So we'll end the poll, I guess.
No, we won't.
What do you mean we won't? There's no one else is voting. It's you. So I presume Yami and Sleek have said no, and you're the only one who said yes.
No fair.
So
No fair.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Meanies.
Chat said no. But Yami is correct. You will just steal it when I'm not looking. So I'll have this in your stead.
You. Did you really need to do a whole poll just to hand me this can?
Yes. I need to pad the runtime. Oh.
Ah, yes.
That actually that sounded nice.
Didn't it? Aren't you gonna have another can now?
No, I still have my monster.
So you're drinking Monster and you're giving it to me for drinking Pepsi Max?
You've already had a Pepsi.
So have you.
This is from earlier. I never got to have it earlier. Because of work. There's a difference.
You're still drinking a Monster. I'm drinking a Pepsi Max. There's a difference.
Might be why I'm being such a bully. 2 hours and you need to pad time? Yes. The longer I keep you guys here, the more YouTube revenue I get. Wait, no, I mean, the more I can engage with the audience and the more fun we can have together.
Said the quiet part left, the left part quiet.
Anyway, okay, so for realsies, I turned into Iono there for a moment. One of the better characters in Scarlet and Violet, I will say. Iono, I know Yami didn't like Iono when we did the watch a lot, like when we watched those trailers,
Yeah.
but her character is great. So
Yeah. Well, I meet her. Is she in both games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, this doesn't do the different games have different gym leaders thing like Sword and Shield did, and I'm thankful for that.
Just the professors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the professors and the paradoxes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. But they're yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm in Sword right now, and Melanie's child is just staring at me, not being Melanie.
Yeah, Gordy's a Giga Chad though.
him and the grass boy were hanging out chatting in the thing, and I was like, "You're just the same person." Just two overgrown children.
Oh yeah, the grass gym leader in Sword and Shield is.
Yeah, he's just
just a big baby.
Yeah, he's like that buff guy in Voice of Cards, the big buff baby.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what he's like. All right. So let's jump into episode 19 then, shall we? So
I suppose, now that I have my bet this.
I also would like the chat's feedback on episode 18 because I feel like the chat.
There wasn't a whole lot to say about it, really.
Yeah.
So
I suppose we'll pick it up. We'll pick that up after this episode.
the chat hasn't actually caught up. I'm gonna close it and reopen it.
All right.
There we go.
Cool. So, episode 19. The net ocean is in trouble. 3, 2, 1, play.
The sea of the net in trouble.
The time has come. Yeah, there's no cat, there's no ta-da! We're on the first intro now. For every app, there's a monster. Appmonsters. I've already looked up your future. That's what the line should be.
Yeah. I know.
I wonder how much more episode we would get story-wise if
Without
we didn't
all of this?
without all of
Yeah.
this. Like that must have been a pain to write around.
Yeah.
Obligation chocolate. That is
Yeah.
my favorite thing about Valentine's Day in Japan. Obligation chocolate.
Oh, it's got to be annoying though.
No, for her it makes sense because she's running the shop, so it's giving it to the customers. Did he just go in all kissy face to her? Oh.
Was he blushing because she was handing one to Eugen?
So which one is he jealous of?
He wants Eugen. He wants chocolate from Eugen.
But he also does have a little crush on I as well.
No, that's a...
What?
That's not a crush. Oh.
What did he say about Timon?
Eri said something about the day being stimulating for boys and girls.
Oh,
And then he flashed back to him saying stimulating.
Love that. He's watching them.
Sneaky. And now we get an intro. Okay.
Yeah. That is one creepy part of this show where it's like, but it also helps because it makes sense of why the villains always know what's going on. It's like everyone's always watching the protagonists because humanity has
humanity are always being monitored.
Yeah, like humanity has done it to itself. There's a camera and a microphone and everything. Like, so in 23 years, AI will transcend humanity. Can't wait. We're all going to be underwater by then anyway, so
yeah.
unless AI fixes global warming.
Well, AI is currently writing books now, so
AI also thinks it's an artist.
yeah.
Have
you seen that about the guy who put a prompt into some AI writing thing and some AI art thing and pumped out a children's book?
Really?
And now he's selling it and like he did nothing except type in a prompt.
I hate it so much. I hate that it's going to become a thing. Like,
and it reads really like, you know, like children's books are kind of like, and he said blah blah blah, and he said blah blah blah.
Yeah,
but it reads really like a stupid version of that.
So he didn't even go in and like
I don't know if he edited it or
yeah,
anything,
like tidied it up or anything, did he? Or
I don't know, but I read like one paragraph of it that was in a screenshot, and it just yeah, I love making weird characters from things. Yeah, even the artwork that he used for it, obviously it's
like
amalgamated from
AI.
other people's art, but it
Why is his hair floppy?
He's happy it's lagging. Oh.
Waffle Corp.
So it's the opposite of Apple.
But which is obviously what it's meant to be ripping on, but even the logo had a little chomp taking out of it.
Yeah.
Which is funny because Digimon had always had pineapple.
Yeah.
Like Koshiro's laptop was a pineapple laptop.
Yeah. It could be a play on some of the operating systems as opposed to the company.
Oh, I think so, because like didn't Android have like like Kit Kat version 3.1 or something
Yeah,
silly
stuff
like
that,
yeah.
I know some versions of MacBooks and
Oh,
stuff.
hold on.
Oh, you use L, do you?
Eugen uses Android OS.
Yeah. Right, see that the L right there,
Yeah.
right? And why did they make all the waffle people look like a big pile of nerds and
They are a
idiots?
big pile of nerds.
And then Elcor is just all snazzy looking
Yeah.
on one side. But the big L, right?
Yeah.
It's on the side of the building. Like, does Ray realize? It was Ray, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's seen the Leviathan L when he's attacking and stuff.
We'll get there. All I'll say is we'll get there. We'll get there.
I don't remember if the other kids have seen the L. Surely that the Appmon have. But none of them are noticing that all the L Corp stuff. That's clever. That's a clever building right there.
Yeah, but I think Apple do have a building that looks like that.
Do they?
Oh.
He's a VTuber now. They're hanging out in their server. He's so cute.
Oh, she is. She's actually adorable. Like one of the better designs in like the show.
You're
She's a stealth app.
I know that, but can the camera see her as well as we can?
I don't think so. I think that's for our benefit.
Yeah.
Although it would have made more sense for them to show nothing on the camera.
Such a little emo design. He infected the waffle. No.
But even that whole thing about like 70% and 30% is kind of like how the split works. That's why, like in Japan, all the anime phone cases are all for Apple phones.
Yeah.
You never get anything for Samsung and things like that.
Yeah.
It would almost, I say almost, encourage me to swap back to an iPhone because I'd get so much cool accessories.
Yeah.
I get so many cool accessories for it.
Yeah.
But all my purchases, all my line stickers, all my everything.
Yeah. That's what happened because I had an iPhone for a while, but they just got too ridiculous. And
I just can't be arsed transferring everything from one OS now back to another one. So
yeah, because I had it easier because I was using Google as well.
Oh, I just paused the episode. Come on. Oh, that didn't work.
No, that didn't work. But I was using Google on the iPhone as well, so a lot of the stuff that I had there came over with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I didn't really buy anything through iTunes. All the music I had was mostly stuff I'd already had, and I was just carrying it with me on the laptop instead of, you know.
Well, that's the fun part on that is, we'll get back to the episode in a second. If anyone's looking for a timestamp, we're currently on 9:08. Any music I bought through what was iTunes back then.
Yeah.
Like if I didn't have an iPhone, I could still use it on like a desktop or a laptop.
Yeah, yeah.
But now I can just get Apple Music as like the PS5 has an Apple Music app.
Yeah.
My Android phone has an Apple Music.
Yeah.
So I can go log in and access it now from anywhere.
Yeah.
So that exclusivity is kind of like it's not lost.
Yeah, like I have a movie that I purchased on iTunes.
Yeah.
And like I was able to just take it out of the folder and put it on my hard drive.
Yeah.
And that was fine. But nowadays I don't think you'd be able to do that. I think everything would be locked into it. Like you wouldn't just be able to find the folder it's in and copy
No.
paste it.
Yeah, sometimes it gets real like if I go into Apple Music and you know where there's a download button. If I look for that folder to extract those files, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Like, I can never find that folder. So I don't know if I don't know in what way it's downloaded that I can listen to this tracks if I'm not
It's
connected
probably
to the
some
internet.
bizarre format that doesn't register on any computer or anything as
Yeah.
music or
Yeah, like some sort of hidden file.
yeah.
But it doesn't. It also doesn't appear to be taking up space on the device.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's just. I don't know what like. Maybe it
Yeah.
is. Maybe it is. And I don't use enough of the phone
Yeah.
for it to, because the phone I currently have doesn't, much like a lot of iPhones, this doesn't have expandable memory.
Yeah.
So I don't really do a whole lot. I have a
Mm.
couple of apps for games and things. Like I've the Vital Bracelet apps. I have the Octopath app. I need to reinstall the Bravely app.
Mm.
But I don't do enough to where with the old phone where I could
Mm.
expand the memory and I use it for video editing and everything.
Yeah.
Which is like a marvel that I can do video editing off a phone.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think I could change back over to an
No.
Apple phone now. I really don't.
no, I think I'm too ingrained in the Android system.
Yeah.
Like it would be a full reset. And I'd
Yeah.
have to like all my line stickers, everything. I'd have to buy everything again. And
Yeah.
if certain stickers aren't on sale anymore because contracts have expired
Yeah.
and things like that, I'm
Or
just
if they were like exclusive to
that platform.
yeah.
Yeah.
Those things will do that.
Yeah, it's a pain, like.
So yeah. Like I can see why someone who's already an iPhone user would just stick to it and
Oh yeah.
because well, I would have stuck to it had I like not broken the one I had.
No, but then with the Android as well, like you've got the freedom of customization.
Mm.
Sorry about that. Again, Meg is still kind of dying. We're getting there. We're like we don't need to bust out the defibrillator yet, but she's still kind of dying.
Yeah.
Um,
And the Beppis is helping because the water is actually making my throat worse right now.
which is weird. But yeah, you've got the whole customization and everything. You've got
Mm.
there's a lot more freedom on the Android OS compared to how overly protective the Apple OS can
Yeah,
be.
like I used to like my MacBook
Yeah,
that I had because it was so simple.
yeah,
And I didn't have to be dealing with this many virus things and this many that. It was just there and it was clean and it was
yeah.
done. But then, I couldn't get any games on it. 'Cause nothing ever releases on it.
On yeah, Apple and Apple Arcade. I've
Mm.
delved in twice. And the only reason I have an iPhone at the moment is because it's the one work gave me.
Yeah, like you didn't buy it and it's not what
No.
you use. It's just. Yeah.
And then when I do try and use it for other stuff, I'm just like, I hate this. And I think it's just a case of I've been out of that environment or that ecosystem for so long that it's just it is quite literally foreign.
Yeah. Like I got up to the 5, I think, on the iPhone. That was as far as I went.
I don't remember how far I got.
They just got too stupidly expensive then.
Oh, but then there's that as well. The phones in general are just far too expensive when they come out now. Like the phone I actually want to get, I have one of those flip phones, as you know, and it's like a clamshell flip. But the one I do want to get opens up like a book.
Yeah.
And it makes the phone wider like a tablet.
Yeah.
Which I think would be super fun. Just for what I would use it for. But it's also the guts of $2,000.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I don't have $2,000 to spend on a phone.
Yeah.
And because I
get that on any deal.
well, yeah, that's the thing. I probably will in another 4 years.
Yeah.
Because the technology will be quote unquote outdated. But trying to get any sort of modern technology on a package deal that isn't going to cost you £100 a month is just and then you're locked into a contract for 2 years, so you're basically paying $2,400 for the device and then your package.
Yeah. Well.
And then you sort of have to get them insured.
Yeah, like I don't think I have insurance on this one, but this one is like.
Well, when I signed up to the company I'm with now, after getting away from Vodafone, they never offered. And then I was kind of like, oh, I'll go back and sort it later. And that just didn't happen.
Yeah.
You don't put the insurance documents in front of me there and then, I'm just going to forget about it.
And if I get a new one, I probably would put it on.
Oh yeah, like especially like for something like the S22 or the S22 Ultra or
Yeah.
the phone I'm saying where it folds outward.
Yeah.
I would. Oh yeah.
Not sure I could deal with a folding phone. Old flip phones, yes,
Mm.
but
Oh
your
yeah.
phone freaks me out.
Yeah, like the hinge on this, like it hasn't broken, or the the OLEDs or the LC or whatever LCDs or the OLEDs or whatever the screen hasn't,
Yeah.
you know, it hasn't warped, or I don't have
It does have a line. Now you're probably used to it because you've been using it, but every time you scroll, I can see the bump in
oh
your
yeah, but
screen.
like there's a bump in the screen, but what I suppose what I'm getting at is, sometimes like when you kind of like when the TV gets possessed and it goes all multicolored and stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes that'll happen on a phone screen if it drops. If
Oh yeah, if you press on it, it's like oil and water.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then you'll just see that go the length of the screen.
Yeah.
Like that hasn't happened. And when the
Yeah.
flip phones were first coming out, I thought, oh, that's really cool. And then I saw all these horror stories. I was like, yeah, I'll wait.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I did, because I do enjoy it. The phone is a lot more compact. The phone is also telling me to sleep.
Yeah.
But I suppose we should get back into the episode. But it's just an interesting take because, again, one thing I do love about this show is what it deals with in terms of transhumanism. People just being idiots because they believe technology will, do right by them.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff. So it is cool that they have this sort of lean into the two biggest operating system providers for mobile devices. So you've got in Waffle, which is clearly Apple, and then LOS is the Android of the situation.
Yeah.
What's a Windows phone? What I don't think we've touched on PC OS or anything, so we don't even know what this universe is equivalent to a Windows would be.
Yeah, I haven't even seen like a Google screen or anything to see what they use. I love knockoff Google names that shows.
Yeah, no, they're always fun. What was that one where it was just El Goog?
El Goog, yeah.
What
was El Goog in?
Look it up later.
Yeah.
Or if the chat wants to do some sleuthing,
some cyber sleuthing.
Yes. Hey, Digimon references. Nice. Good for the 200th episode of the Digimon Code Crown podcast. All right, so let's jump back into this then. Just sorry for our little tangent. Yeah, we're on 908.
How did I remember that? But this is exactly what would happen if one little virus got into one little download. Oh, look, what's he doing in France? He's on his way back from Egypt.
His subtitle was in French.
No.
Yeah.
They're saying bye, is it?
Yeah.
Oh. It's a mannequin.
Yeah.
Oh.
He hasn't called a mannequin in a couple of episodes.
200. Probably 2000 tangent, but anyway.
Oh.
Speak of the devil.
The only way to stop the infection from spreading is to destroy the company.
Mm-hmm. They have to destroy Alcorp's competition?
To save the competition, yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, think of it, like you destroy the server.
Yeah.
The OS is a failure launch. Stock price tanks, the company goes out of business.
Yeah.
So you're destroying it by proxy.
Yeah. Ah. Was full on waiting for one of them to wallop him in the butt, in the balls.
Yeah. Wasu.
Peter all tingly.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Balls of sludge at them.
Are we playing Splatoon?
Over 9,000 tangents.
Yeah, over 900 tangents. Never
900? Yeah.
never mind 9,000.
Definitely hit 9,000. Yeah, I'm still just seeing Jesse.
Attention, please!
I wonder how many times we've heard that.
I'm not going back and counting.
Like that. How did they know where they are? Down that hole.
Ready?
Oh.
He got misted!
Oh no. Uh-oh. Did something pay off? Did I miss something?
Not yet.
Okay.
I thought it was going to, but no.
They creep me out.
She's fighting them!
She is. She just kicked it.
Yeah!
More.
Aries throwing out
More punches.
Aries throwing out haymakers and kicks. So she actually does start fighting the Appmon.
I know. Are you getting a Terminator reference right now?
Not quite. So much for Dogachimon.
He's just dying?
Dokkan kick.
He dive in?
Yeah.
Your face is peeling off, child.
Yeah. Because they're digital in the AR field.
Oh, he's doing the power of friendship?
Pulling him back up, or is he just
I guess. Oh. So teeny and buff.
Ultimate. Ultimate. Old time eyes.
Oh, here we go.
Three, two, one.
Ooh.
Globemon.
Nice. Ooh.
Kiwami.
Oh, he tall.
He still has parts of Navimon in him as well.
Mm. I didn't get it.
Yes. Oh, gee! Something that equates to the perfect level of a Digimon, and we've got a timer on it.
Okay.
Where have we seen that before?
Ah, so he has. And 900 million of them? Nice. All the murder.
Oh, literally. Like, this is our war game on speed.
Yeah.
Timer equals chat is triggered. The attacks are breaking up into smaller attacks.
One left. F this logo in particular.
The animal's like, nope, I'm out.
Ultimize your ultimate. On a sticker. Very, very motivational.
Yeah.
Ultimize your ultimate. Yeah.
Ray's like, oh no. He's actually stronger now.
Yeah.
See?
They make one mistake and all that loyalty went out the
Oh
window.
yeah, and that's how it works, isn't it? You can be loyal. A company can do right by you for years and years, but they mess up once.
Yeah.
Thank the stock footing.
Yeah.
Thank the stock market, and
Yeah. 90%.
as Yami said, Applimon, also a business studies show. Who would have saw that coming?
Yeah.
Mm.
Nobody notices this. Nobody.
I know. It's the one problem I really do have with the show, is it takes them so long to go, L Corp is Leviathan?
Yeah, like, had it have been something like EL Corp, all one word or something, you might think, you might forgive it. But the fact that it's just giant capital L Corp
And a
with big
very
fancy
stylized L. Yeah.
and the same stylized L that other people have looked at, knowing that it's Leviathan.
Yeah.
Like, no. And this definitely doesn't fit in here either.
Stop bullying the ending.
This was the time for change.
No. Where I
This
say,
was the time for change.
all right, Owen Hart, chill out.
You're not getting what I'm saying.
Oh no, I am. But if I can make a wrestling reference anywhere, I will. So enough of that. Enough of that.
Hell equals lame brain.
This team, yeah.
I love this episode. Yeah, I really like this episode.
Yeah, that's great.
I wish Globemon was in the card game. I wish Appmon had a globalization dub release. Yeah.
I am still holding on to hope that Appmon will come into the card game. We're going through EX4 and presumably Rising Wind, the reprint pack. Is it Rising Wind or is it versus Royal Knight? So so pack 13 seem to be very Digimon Savers focused.
Yeah.
And the last like 3 packs, 9, 10, and 11, have been very Cross Wars focused. So I feel like we've already done a bunch of Frontier stuff.
Yeah.
EX3 was all about Tamers. A lot of that has carried into EX4 as well. So I feel like we are they're gonna run out of shows.
Yeah. Gadget next time.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's going away? Oh no.
Oh no. Whatever would we do without him?
Which Musimon?
Well, it is that, isn't it?
That has just gotten right into your vocabulary. It's not leaving, is it?
No.
You're just gonna say in it all the time now.
Yeah, thanks, Xenoblade 3.
Yeah.
Thanks, Uni.
Globemon kind of looks like a cyber version of All Force Feedramon.
I see where you're coming from on that.
I
Yeah.
remember what All Force Feedramon looks like. The minute you put it up there, I'm gonna go, oh yes, that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, well.
There you go. Google typed it for you. Ah, yes.
Even the Schwartz cutter looks like his sword. All this tiny art does my brain in. I'm very thankful that slowly but surely they're starting to release high-res versions of all this art.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one.
Yeah, and in that picture he was
I regret not getting that statue.
In that picture you just clicked on, he was kind of Appmon style as well.
Yeah. So
How much is he? 20?
yeah. I don't know if he's out of stock though, is the thing. I haven't looked around for it in a while. But back in
2018, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard to come by.
And it came with this
that's
Shishiki
cute.
thing as well.
Yeah.
But you clearly see he has the Digimon mouth we were talking about.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I really regret not picking that up. It was funny because it was advertised as the old Force Vidramon from Digimon Savers.
Yeah.
He's in that show for like 2 episodes. You know, rather
But
than
was that the most recent thing?
well, it probably no, back in 2018, like Savers was 2005.
Oh, okay.
Like 2018,
Yeah.
Cyber Sleuth was out.
Yeah.
They could have based it on Rina's old Force Vidramon.
Mm.
Or Taichi's from the V-Tamer manga.
Yeah.
But no, they went
all
with
the way back to
they
Savers,
went to
okay.
they went to the Savers one, who was in the show for all of 2 episodes.
Yeah, no, sorry, his release date was June 2020, not 2018.
Oh yeah,
So,
okay.
not as far back, but still
Oh yeah,
far enough back that.
yeah, but the timing of it is still like,
Yeah.
why that one though?
Yeah.
They could have based it on Rina's or Taichi's because they are actually partnered to characters.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a weird one. Someone.
Ari is the big sister figure. Ari's love, Ari's life is ending, said it all.
Yeah, Ari is the big sister figure. Would be interesting to see Glowmon join the Royal Knights. Oh yeah, I don't want them to expand upon the 13 knights that we have. But if you asked me to get rid of one, I'd say Gankumon.
What's that?
He's the one that's just a guy.
Okay.
He doesn't look like he's not a big dragon like Examon, and he's not a knight, strictly speaking. Like, he's not riddled in armor.
Yeah.
He's just a guy in a coat. He's the one that trains Hackmon.
Visual is just not happening, sorry.
That one.
Oh yeah.
He's just a dude.
Yeah, he's just a dude. Yeah.
Like, he has a big dragon
He could be like a
thing hanging off the back of him, but he's basically just human Bancho Leomon.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
yeah. Just because you have the cover on your eyes and the facial hair doesn't mean you're a Digimon.
well. So, like, if I had to replace any Royal Knight, it would be Gankumon.
Yeah.
I don't think Gankumon needed to be a Royal Knight because Jessmon already is one. But Gankumon is the one who trained Hackmon to become a Royal Knight.
Yeah.
So,
his guy can make you a knight too.
his stand does look like Raydramon. It does look like Ray's Raydramon. It does, yeah. I also think it's meant to be like not a Hackmon evolution. Yeah. Just to keep their keep the synergy in their relationship. But yeah, he's just a guy.
Yeah, he looks like a Pokemon gym leader.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
You know, or the Lysander from X and Y's like distant cousin or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I know him.
Yeah.
His descendant or ancestor.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Descendant, yeah, because he'd be in the past, and then the other one looks futuristic.
yeah. Although, funnily enough, there is a part in X and Y where Lysander puts on this stupid visor for like your final fight with them, and I'm just thinking of that now. Let me just see if the image comes up in the Google image search. Like, he puts on this stupid visor, and he's got like these drone things like hanging out of him, like tentacles or something.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put them up in the chat so the chat can see.
I think these are from the little anime shorts that they did, but yeah, it's the same thing. I just can't find the in-game version.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was looking for initially, was the in-game version. Ooh,
outfit. Nice.
Kinda. I don't know. There's something off about it.
I mean, it'd have to be fitted. Like, it's not fitted there.
Oh, I don't like that version.
No. But go back and get the picture of
It's a nice cosplay. It does the job. The hair could be a bit wilder, but I'd say styling a wig like that would be a pain in the ass. But yeah, hold on. An attempt was made. I mean, again,
it's a good thing we're not sharing the screen right now because you're just shaming cosplay.
no, look, that wig is hard to do. As somebody who has done Yu-Gi-Oh hair, and has cosplayed as Taichi, like stupid anime hair is tough to do. So when I say attempts were made, I say it with the utmost respect for the attempt. Yeah, we're gonna pretend that never happened. I don't. Did you see the text?
Yeah.
Oh, nope.
I'm going to go find that.
Please don't.
I am gonna go find that one.
Right. Oh well. Let me just get these images for the chat, and I'll show them what I mean. So is that? Oh yeah, that's just the thumbnail for this one. So yeah, this is basically Gonkumon. Basically. Yeah. So what did we think about this episode?
I enjoyed it. The image.
All right, well, we can look for it later.
Look for it later. But yeah, no, I enjoyed this. Yeah, sorry, there's a lot to take in. The brain is processing what's going on, or what was going on. I liked the whole Haru diving in.
Yeah,
because he's protagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Side
Characters don't dive in.
Yeah. No. He found his courage.
Yeah.
I think
Eri was literally kicking ass.
Yeah.
Or kicking tentacle.
Spoilers for a future episode. I don't remember which, but I do think there's a scene. There's a scene later on where they end up fighting the Virusmon again, and she literally grabs it by the tentacles and starts spinning them around.
I can't wait to see that. I hope you're remembering that accurately, because that sounds amazing.
So yeah, she does start getting involved now, which is great. Haru finds his courage and stops, as you said, being a side character.
Yeah. Enjoyed that, and he's really like.
And we didn't have to flash back to episode 1 to do it.
Yeah.
Any other show that would have been, remember when we met?
Yeah. I suppose they show you that at every at the start of every episode.
Yeah.
They couldn't get away with putting that in again.
Oh, they try though. Maybe if we didn't have one of those intros, they probably would have had time for a flashback.
Yeah. I'm really sorry that I need to blow my nose again.
Okay, hold on, chat. Okay, we think we're okay. Right. So, flashback episode run. Haru suicide. Jesus, Haru wasn't trying to unalive himself.
Trying to save everybody. By unaliving himself. I don't think he thought about it like that. I don't think it registered with him that he could be affected.
Yeah, no, I don't think it did.
He just went, no, friend is drowning.
Yeah.
So
we need to stop Leviathan.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit of courage, bit of recklessness.
Yeah. It's like he became a gogglehead for like the first time.
Yeah. But yeah, it was good. Paimon is great.
Oh,
And
Taimon's great. Yeah,
and
Taimon's good.
Globemon is
Like
cool. He's really
like
cool.
our version of like the I say our version. The
Mhm.
Appmon version of Clockmon is just hilarious.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, all of his
puns.
yeah, puns. They're awful, but they're hilarious. He's so confident.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's it. It's because of the bravado around him.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't care.
Yeah.
You know.
You'll accept what I've said to you.
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
But yeah, no, he was fun. That fight was really cool. The
Yeah.
timer and all that. That didn't. I was gonna say that didn't even clock with me. That didn't even make me remember the other timer until you mentioned it, because I figured it was something else. Well, I didn't even think of the Ghost Game one at all.
Right.
But I wasn't sure if it was a
That's
timer
'cause the Ghost Game-
or like a
'cause the
power gauge
The
or
Ghost Game one hasn't given us a literal do.
yeah.
This
not
one
like a-
did. This one actually gave us.
This one had
No,
a countdown.
This
Yeah.
one literally says you have 60 seconds before you lose power.
Yeah.
You know.
But at the same time, he can control time, so not really.
That's not how that works. I'll tell you now, that's not how that works.
But he was able to stop that one hit and have afternoon tea like 5 times or something.
Yeah, Taimon can control time, but it doesn't mean he gets to disobey the rules of the Digivice.
It should. But no, I mean, like he still did.
It probably should, but then there's no stakes.
Yeah.
There's no tension.
But yeah, he was warned he was dead and at risk.
A heck of a gamble diving in there. What if they'd stayed under and got and didn't get teleported out?
Yeah, I know he was warned, but in that moment, I don't think he thought about it. I don't think it registered in his brain that was going to damage him.
No, I don't think he did. Like, but seeing the flesh peel away because he is a digital being.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, you know, you can actually see like there's repercussions for what he's doing.
Yeah.
Now, it didn't seem to affect him on any great scale.
Yeah.
Maybe because he's human, it doesn't.
And it's funny because when it had that timing, you know, and like in movies where the sickness hits everyone instantly except that main character who has to say goodbye, and like Musimon got slapped with the dust and he was just straight away.
Oh, he was thriller dancing immediately. Yeah.
Like, yay! I'm a virus now. Yeah.
Bye. This groove is better.
But
poor Astra going, oh no.
But then, Digimon was just floating in it and having all these thoughts and having all this time to, and it just didn't seem to be affecting him more so than he was just floating there dying rather than being affected.
Yeah. And that might be a power level thing.
Maybe.
Like, it's like in a meta sense, it's protagonist powers.
Yeah.
But if you want to look at it like that, why did Musimon change immediately?
Yeah.
Smaller form, less resistance. You know, Mediamon might have been the same.
Yeah.
Plus it was just, you know, obviously then for the comedy, you know, to see him go from basically wrestling all the Virusmon to like, you know, joining them in a dance off or whatever.
Yeah. That's so weird. They're all watching.
Bye. They were just dabbing. Bye.
No, I mean the fact that like they were swarming everyone else, and
they set up
a wrestling ring, and they were watching him fight other ones. Like
were they doing the anime thing of like there's an army of this thing, but we'll fight you one at a time?
Yeah, it's like they were almost making fun of that because the Digimon was just being swarmed.
Yeah,
and Eri was surrounded, so it's like they went, well, they can't all fight them one by one. So
yeah. I do like that, you know. Maybe that is what they were going for, because like again, like as soon as the Digimon tried to attack the Virusmon, went no, into the water with you.
Yeah.
Eri was surrounded and fighting back, and then like if you set up a wrestling ring and like it's
great
I'll take you all
stuff for the wrestling ring.
no, and you're fighting them all one by one, then it could just, and then you just see the other Virusmon go, nuts to this. And,
Yeah.
and basically spray poison mist in Musemon's
Yeah.
face. Virusmon obviously learned from the Great Muta or
Yeah.
or Tajiri or Asuka or anyone who's utilized the mist over the years.
I just had a dreadful thought.
Should you air it?
Let's do it, airing. Where does the mist come from? Is that a mouth?
It's a
Because it has a face, but the hole is underneath.
yeah, it's like a hatch though. So I think the
Yeah.
Virusmon are robotic rather than fleshy.
Yeah. Because I was just wondering, did he?
No. Stop! I'll stop you right there. Stop right now. Thank you very much. We don't need to talk about Virusmon's bad touch. Hey, you.
You could have just said Virusmon's butt.
I had to have worked it. No. Either way, enough of that.
That was a bit like you're saying he went up and breathed in his face, and I'm like, did he?
Basically.
But yeah, there was a lot in this episode, and the whole it got us into a whole real world discussion as well.
Yeah.
Around everything.
Basically, Apple versus Android, and sort of the show taking pot shots at that, and the immediate changeover for customer loyalty.
Yeah.
One botched launch of an OS.
It did that did happen a little bit when it came out that Apple were slowing down their devices on purpose. So that a lot of people went, oh, screw that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Android does the same, but you do eventually have to buy a new one.
Yeah. Like when it was made public that the phones are made with a shelf life, shall we say. We needed Glance Gazer to deal with our virus problems. Yeah, also the spelling on Glance Gazer on the subs is weird. Because it's Geyser. I remember when I was watching the show the first time.
Oh, it's like a geezer.
Like a gazer, like a shoot of water. One of those gazers, yeah. But when I watched the original sub, well, not the original subs, but the fan translation subs, it was gazer more like that.
Yeah.
So
which would make more sense for him
because he's a search app.
Yeah.
So he's taking a glance and gazing.
Yeah.
But
supposed to.
But it is also a geyser of an attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there an official?
I can check the Wikimon.
Yeah.
You're not the Wikimon. I mean, you're a Wikimon, but you're not the Wikimon.
Yeah, they use Gazer.
Yeah.
It's a gigantic energy beam, yeah.
Meaning shining gazer. Because it's German, I think. Yeah, because Schwert cutter is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And ultimate search. Yeah, that's. Oh, yeah. So it's showing there. Dutch.
Yeah,
so yeah, so German, Deutsch even. Yeah, sorry.
Dutch is a different
language. Yeah, it is in it. Yeah. So Glance and Schwert. So. Yeah, the way they translated Gazer, I think they tried to translate it as a geyser.
Yeah.
But I've never seen geyser spelt with an S-I-R at the end.
S-I-R?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't even
It just looked like he was saying glance gay, sir. I was like, wait a minute, that's a bit offensive. Stupid Crunchyroll. You're...
Yeah, Sleek said it's supposed to be German, and Desmond said it a Bulbapedia.
Yeah, no, it's like the Digimon fandom.wiki.com .wikia.com website. It's a fine resource, but I just think Wikimon is that bit more reliable.
Yeah, they've got more official source. material, I think.
It's certainly presented that way.
Yeah.
um.
But I mean, they've got like references and whatnot. Global.
Yeah.
He's
I really hope if this is ever dubbed, he's not called Globalmon.
Globalmon.
This might be that that translation might be from like the Asian English dub, if there is one.
Maybe.
Isn't it usually
It
Indonesia?
might
Is it usually
just
like
be-
Indonesia or something? You usually get like the Asian English dub of something.
Maybe.
Like that sort of
like-
territory.
Yeah, like Indonesia, Malaysia,
Yeah,
Singapore, because they're
yeah. It's like when you hear like it's an English dub, but it's no.
yeah.
Those are always fun to come across because it's just a very because they're speaking English, but it's like that's not your voice.
Mhm.
You get so used to like the voice
Yeah.
actors you come to know from things, and you just hear in a different English, and you're just like, no, brain is not processing.
Mhm.
Um,
Hmm. Oh.
um.
Where do you rank this episode then?
Oh, I'm going first.
I went first last time.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I just like letting you go first because it's new. It's all new to you.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not sure I want to give this episode a 5.
that's fair.
It was really good, but I don't know. I did really enjoy it.
Sub lover equals dubs are cringe. Depends. Anime dubbing has gotten a lot better than it was in the early 2000s. Like, I feel like 4Kids has tainted the idea of an anime dub.
Yeah.
Where, like, now, even if it's
Like,
word for word
can't-
what the Japanese version says,
It still
has this
subpar somehow.
yeah, it has this stink to it because of changes that 4Kids made in localization. And that's the important word we all forget. It's not just translation, it's localization.
Yeah.
You know, I think
That's why
I
we
think
have jelly donuts.
well, I was literally just about to say, I think turning rice balls into jelly donuts was a bit extreme, but you know, we can't have buzzsaws cutting the legs out from under people. That's why they're dark energy discs.
Mhm.
You know.
But I feel like a lot of that is you can't even blame companies or dub because when they're for kids, you know, they will make stupid changes to protect little Timmy and Susie.
Oh yeah, because
you can't
it's
judge.
values dissonance.
Yeah.
Because what's suitable for 6 and 7-year-olds in Japan
Yeah.
might not always be suitable for 6 and 7-year-olds in the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Because different countries have different laws and different guidelines on what can and can't be shown on television. Like
It's
you
like
know,
other
like,
movies are like
even with the magazines, like I get Psycho Jump in every now and then because of the Digimon stuff.
Yeah.
But there's literally like not Shonen Jump, but there's another something Jump anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's a whole big conglomerate. But it's basically a gravure magazine for young teens.
Yeah.
And the magazine is for ages, well, for argument's sake, 7 to 13, but there's just girl in a bikini on the cover, and I'm like, I don't know if that's really suitable for 7-year-old Timmy. You know.
Yeah. But there's things like that here.
I don't even know if I'd show it to 7-year-old Tomoki. Never mind 7-year-old Timmy. You know?
But things like we used to get movies here and they'd be rated 18 elsewhere, or I don't know, whatever R rating is. Is that 18 or is that 21 or R ratings?
Oh,
really do
it's we don't do or, so it would be our equivalent to 18.
Yeah. But like we'd get it, and like we'd get stuff unless it had been from like through like the BBC or you know, through American whatever. But we'd get movies and stuff and they'd be rated like 12s here when they're like 15, 18s in other countries.
Oh yeah. Again,
And
values dissonance. Yeah.
yeah, and that's how we ended up with like PG-13 as opposed to like
But we don't even
12 and
do that.
everything. But we have in recent years.
I've never seen anything from the ICC
No.
with PG-13 on it.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm thinking of something wrong, but
Because we don't do anything like the States do with like TV-14 and TV-7 and things. We follow not that we follow, but ours is based on the British model.
yeah.
So you've Universal, then General, then PG, then 12, 15, 18.
But no, because some of them now will have things like 12 mature and stuff like that on
Really?
TV shows and stuff. Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh. Maybe I'm just thinking of box sets and stuff, like, because I never see it on the covers of anything.
Yeah, see, because I watch children's TV when I'm minding the children's. That's when I'd notice it.
Oh, you mean like with Netflix?
No,
Or-
never
just
Netflix,
regular TV?
channels and stuff. Like,
Well,
But
fair
yeah.
enough. Maybe I just don't watch enough TV.
yeah,
So like,
like
I'll,
the
I'll,
TV things will be, yeah, they'd say different things on them.
Interesting.
Like I know Netflix will come up in the corner and say mature because of drugs or something.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
And that's what I thought you were getting at, because I know
Yeah.
with Netflix, I've seen like 12 plus mature, or
Yeah.
15s
Yeah,
mature.
but no, I've seen it on TV now as well,
Interesting.
including like it would even come up on like the children's channel, like the
Hmm.
junior channels, like, well, obviously not mature, but you know,
No, I get what you know.
it's suitable for all ages or whatever it would say. in there.
Watership Down and Animal Farm are not meant for kids, but are shown to kids.
Yeah, like
I
we
would
used to
never
be.
show I would never show any of those to a child in this day and age. They would die.
Oh, sure, they remade it and took all of it out anyway.
Of course they did.
Yeah,
It-
but that's the thing.
How did our generation go so soft, being raised on stuff like
Yeah,
that?
like
Where did we go? Where did our generation? Because
half of us. See, that's what I'm getting at, because the stuff we would have been, like I'm saying, the movies would have been 12s here, and there were 15s elsewhere, because you can't show that to under 12s or whatever. And like I remember a lot of stuff that was like our age ratings were a lot lower than other places, unless it was coming from elsewhere on TV. You know what I mean? Like we had the Hero Turtles instead of the Ninja Turtles or whatever.
Yeah, and that was because
But then we had
But-
Watership Down, and we had that Animals of Farthing Wood, and that was
But we only had Hero Turtles instead of Ninja Turtles because we were basically we were broadcasting the UK versions. We
Yeah,
never
that's
got
what
the
I mean.
American ones.
that's what I mean. But we got it because of that. That's what I mean. But
I still argue Hero Turtles had the better theme song.
I'm sure it did. But
Oh no,
it was a stupid reason to change it.
No, it was, but we got a better theme song out of it.
Yeah,
And like,
Desmond was
and,
right.
and to be fair, like it's the same theme song, but the UK version, it uses different instruments,
Yeah,
so we end up with a bit more of a. It ends up it goes harder,
yeah.
so to speak. I'm not sure where it went wrong. We saw some scarring stuff in the earlier end of the 90s.
Yeah, and like I feel like
I never feel like our generation, and this is like I'm not going into a damn snowflakes tirade or anything like that, because I think that's stupid. But there is an element where I look at our generation and go, when did we become the pearl clutchers?
yeah, like that's what I was just about to say. I feel like half of us were like, oh yeah, that shit scared me as a kid, but that's just
I grew up and moved on.
yeah, and you learned like, because there was that kid that was in his mom made the news basically because all the Pennywise posters all over town when It Chapter 2 came out.
Oh yeah.
She wanted them all removed, and she was petitioning to get them removed, and I was like, just teach your child that the fictional clown is not scary. It's that simple.
Yeah.
We saw all these things when we were younger, and we're not going around going, oh no, there's a movie poster. But then other people are going,
No, we go, oh no, it's a politician.
yeah. But then other people are going around going, my child can't look at posters and they're the same age as us.
Yeah, and I'm like, can the
Where-
child not look at the poster, or can you not look at the poster?
Do you think like? But that's the thing. Your child found it scary, and now you're validating that and expecting the world to change for him, rather than teaching him what is actually scary.
Yeah, I get you.
You know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah.
not like he was sat down and forced to watch the movie.
No, no.
And, you know,
We were a very impressionable bunch in the 90s, I don't doubt. Biker Mice from Mars did not inspire the current gen of metalhead loving bikers. Uh,
yeah, like I used to watch that.
yeah. I have vague memories. I have vague memories of Biker Mice and
Yeah.
Street Sharks.
Street Sharks, yeah.
But I couldn't. I don't think I could tell you the plot of a single episode.
Oh no. It's like when
I remember watching them, but
it's like when
nothing
you
ever
reminded me
retained.
that Mummy's Alive was a show.
Oh, Mummy's Alive, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and my
awesome.
brain, yeah, you just reminded me of it one day, and it just all of it just came back. So
Yeah.
I feel like if I sat down and watched some of Biker Mice from Mars, I'd go, this and this happens. But-
Yeah, I don't even have that.
Yeah,
I don't feel like I it would be all brand new to me, I think.
yeah,
Effectively brand new.
mm.
Like I barely remember. Like, there's a lot of stuff I know I have memories of watching,
Yeah.
but that's about it. Like Biker Mice from Mars, Street Sharks, James Bond Jr.
That one I don't know.
Oh really?
Yeah.
James Bond Jr. is it's the only televised adaptation of the James Bond franchise, because
Yeah.
that franchise has spent more years in court than it has being out on the field, so
Yeah.
to speak. James has spent more time in court held up in legal disputes than he has actually out in the field being a spy. I remember watching Captain Planet.
Mm.
But because of meme culture, I only remember the Irish Bakery episode.
Yeah.
Um,
I've forgotten the name of one of the cartoons I used to really like.
you know,
but no one remembers.
like I remember watching all these things, but like nothing ever nothing retained,
Yeah.
nothing committed to memory.
Yeah, no, there's some things I'll watch or I'll see a clip of and I'll go, oh, all of it.
Don't watch the anorexic remake. It's horrendous, and not just in art style. Of which, Biker Mice from Mars? Did that get a remake? I just suppose they'll try and remake everything these days, won't they?
Yeah. There was a show I was gonna, because I used to watch like Gravedale High.
Hmm.
And Doctor, what's his name's Pet Shop? Horror Pet Shop?
Oh,
Transylvanian Pet Shop?
yeah.
Yeah, I can never remember the doctor's name. It's like something stupid like Dr. Terror or something. I can never remember. I'll try again. And I'm always really surprised when people don't remember Gravedale High. It's very hard to come across now, though. Transylvanian.
Dr.
Dr.
Zitbag.
Zitbag, that's the one.
Yeah, the name rings a bell, but
Yeah, and you'll recognize the twins.
will I?
They're both Frankenstein's wife.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you remember that?
I remember her, them.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That vaguely rings a bell.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I used to love all the little horror shows. But
So how does that make you feel about this episode and what we're doing? We're getting a little off kilter.
are.
There's a whole 80s Superstar collab movie about not doing it.
Yeah, like the 80s and 90s, they did go into some heavy topics.
Yeah. God, could you imagine that now?
Oh, you couldn't.
You wouldn't be allowed.
No. And
You
then
would-
these days, all the companies are like, talk down to the children because they're stupid. That's why we have TikTok.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, that's how the TikTok algorithm works, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
in certain parts of the world, it promotes people being really good at like science and math and things.
Yeah, it's really educational.
Yeah, and then in other parts of the
then-
world, then it's like, look at this person do the silly dance.
Yeah.
Consume product,
Yeah.
consume.
Or all those videos my niece watches of just toys being crushed under a car wheel. That's it. That's all she'll watch for like an hour.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get where the siphoning happened
Yeah.
of, like you said, half of the generation went, it's grand. Look, you just be a parent and teach them the clown's not real.
Yeah.
It can't,
Like we really liked The Nightmare Before Christmas in our house.
Yeah.
So Lily watched it when she was really young.
Mm.
And
Just throwing names out, but sure.
So she watched it when she was really, really young. And then when we were going around and there were all scary Halloween decorations everywhere and she was only like 2 and she was like, oh, spooky, scary. And we went, that's Jack's friend. And she went, oh. And then she just wasn't scared of the decorations. We didn't go into the shop and go, you have to take them down. The child is afraid of them.
Yeah.
Whereas other people would.
Well, that's it. I was gonna say, yeah. So I just don't know where the siphon happened. That half of us went that way, and the other half became the pearl clutchers that the generation before us were rebelling against.
Yeah.
Like, I know I say it a lot. Everything's cyclical. So the next generation the next generation will either go in, well, depending on changes in the world. Obviously, if we're not underwater in 20 years, but.
It's twice you've said that.
I know. I'm very pessimistic about that. But like, everything's cyclical. So we'll go in, we'll get a generation after this. The pearl clutchers will in turn sort of have this super conservative generation.
Yeah.
And then
that's already happening.
Well, that's what I mean. We're already starting to see that where the world is getting super conservative again. And then we'll have another like punk rock rebellious generation.
Yeah.
And then we'll have our generation again, who will then in turn raise pearl clutchers.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
yeah.
Can we not?
Yeah, like the current teenagers in the pandemic, they lost out on a lot of socialization, especially ones going from like primary school into secondary school. Or whatever.
Yeah.
They've missed out on prime years of being a teenager.
Oh yeah.
And they're chronically online, which really doesn't help.
No.
So that's.
And then when you're online, and I don't want to go into damn snowflakes territory, because again, I don't like that rhetoric. I feel like if you have to go there, you've lost an argument, because you've really just shown you've nothing else to say.
Yeah.
But there is an element where it's when you're online, it's easier to find a bubble or an echo chamber, as they call it.
Yeah.
So it's just easier to find opinions that are agreeable to your own. And then when you do come across a contrasting one, for better or worse, I'm not saying you have to entertain debates with people who are psychotic in their opinions about things. But if you do come across dissenting opinions about anything, whether it be pop culture or, the global situation as it is, you kind of go, oh no, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of, people on the internet, and that's where fucking snowflake discourse comes from, because it's just like, no, you have to sort of teach people that discourse is okay.
Yeah. And
we're not robots.
A lot of it, like you're saying, we're creating a more conservative culture because people are trying to censor things to be progressive.
Yeah.
And then, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do. I get you.
And that's going all the way back to kids' cartoons. All the way. Like, have you seen a child's cartoon lately? There's bright colors and happy. And then you get some weirder things on, like, Cartoon Network, maybe.
Yeah.
But even then, like...
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah.
The only thing I can't see happening, and probably for the better, is that we go full circle on the whole nuclear family thing. Because the idea of what a family is changing so rapidly, as it should. As society changes, that sort of stuff should change with it.
Yeah.
It's a very serious conversation we've gotten into. But this is what Appmon does. It really makes you look at the state of, like, oh God.
Yeah. That's part of its purpose, to show what's happening to the world. To show where we're going. It's like kids' Black Mirror, I'm telling you.
Yeah. The world has become so crazy. People want the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s back, but just a whole restart button on the year 2000. Yeah. It's... I can't remember where I was going with that point, but... Yeah. It'll come back to me. I'm sure, like, if we want to...
we were talking... I said... that it cycles all the way back to kids shows.
Oh yeah. So I say with the nuclear family.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think we're gonna go back to that level.
Yeah.
And nor should we, because as much as certain, as much as certain countries who aren't as progressive as they might think they are,
Mhm.
would try and tell you, the idea of the nuclear family is outdated.
Yeah.
Um, but there's a lot of there is a lot of mindset that is sort of coming back in, and it's not even as counterculture anymore.
Yeah.
There's nothing to like. It's all like I've rebellious pop, sorry, rebellious punk culture.
Mm.
I don't know how that works today,
Yeah.
because if you go against the hive mind, you're exiled,
Yeah.
and that's dangerous as well.
Yeah.
So there is extremes on that, on either side.
Mm.
Nobody wants to meet in the middle anymore on things, because it's either it's like, I like bananas, I like apples,
Mm.
you hate oranges.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
whoa, oranges weren't in the conversation.
Yeah.
We're talking apples and bananas here.
Yeah, it's that tweet. It's like, you just added a whole new sentence there, bro. Like,
Yeah,
just because I like the thing doesn't mean I hate the
the
other
other
thing.
thing,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's that. Yeah.
and that can be dangerous too. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how sort of things develop in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
You know,
Especially, like, I don't know, we're on a podcast for cartoons. We should talk about media as well.
well, that's it. And that's
Because that's the way it's going, where people want more representation of stuff and other things censored, and then the other half want all the other things censored, and
oh
it's
yeah,
just a big, excuse my French, it's just a big clusterfuck right now of what.
it's an omni shambles.
It's an omni shambles. There we go.
um so yeah, the next, I think, like, just seeing how culture continues to develop and evolve over the next 5 to 10 years. um are we real, like, what way is society going and its reliance on technology?
Like, are we going down a route kind of in this vein where, like, this isn't a dystopia?
No,
Appmon is not a dystopia. It's got a heavy reliance on technology, but society seems to be okay.
yeah,
Like, will we just keep going as we are with more advanced technology in place?
yeah.
Or do we end up,
Or does Skynet win?
yeah, do we get the dystopia or do we get the Federation?
Oh,
You ever just see Star Trek and you're just looking at their lovely utopian areas and everyone's just happy and we've solved all the problems and
well, I mean, with, let's not make it political, AJ. You had the I won't mention by name, but we had the current CEO of Twitter allegedly pledged to end world hunger and crap. And what did they do? Spend $44 billion
yeah.
on a bird app.
Yeah.
Like,
And what did they say? It was like 5.6 billion or something to end world hunger. So
yeah,
could have done it.
could have done
twice
that
over,
and
3
bought
times.
your bird app.
Yeah.
Like, so there's, so, like, I don't think the Federation. I think the Federation is a pipe dream at this point.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They would have had to start pushing for that back in like the 80s.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad Jim Henson isn't around to see the world as it is today. Like, because all he wanted to do was save the world.
Yeah.
Like, Jim Henson's idea was to get into the minds of tomorrow's leaders today,
Yeah.
in the hopes that, like, they would see the world around them differently, and that's just not happening, because every time we make progress in one direction, it gets set back another 50 years.
Yeah.
Not too long after. I mean, look at things like Roe versus Wade, and like everything happening is just in
Society
general.
tries to progress.
Yeah.
And then the rest of society goes, no, not like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's kind of sad. Like, it's kind of disheartening, and it's like, it's hard not to be super pessimistic about, like, where we are as a species.
Yeah.
But I don't want to harsh the mellow of the chat on the 200th episode. This is not the show for that, but maybe it will be someday. I'm not saying we're not going full fucking Joe Rogan podcast or something.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have these kind of conversations because if it relates to relates to the media that we're consuming and it gives us
Yeah.
things to talk about,
Yeah.
it's nice to be able to sort of reflect and sort of go, ooh, this could be better.
Yeah. That's like I was saying, this is kids' Black Mirror. You watch an episode of Black Mirror and you're like, and then you see something in the news and you're like, no, that was a warning. You weren't supposed to make it.
Foreshadowing comment. Oh, it wasn't even that bad. It was overplayed drama. No one was stopping them, just putting a limit on when it would be allowed.
We won't get into that. I don't think that brings up a whole.
This isn't the show for it.
Yeah.
You know, it could be, as I said, things like that could be in future, depending on what we're talking about at the time.
Yeah.
But I like, you know, I don't have enough knowledge of the specifics of how the Constitution works in a foreign country to try, and I'm not going to pretend to be educated on a topic that I'm not. But from what we've seen so far, it is having the knock-on effects where certain states are either using it to enforce new protective laws or to abolish the old ones. So if you were in a state previously that was protected, you're not anymore, and it's now punishable with jail time. And like, you look at somewhere like Texas, where there's a whole thing in Texas now where you're expected to rat on parents of trans kids.
Which is like deleting their period apps and everything.
Yeah. Try doesn't win the swear box.
Yeah, like people are deleting their period apps in case something tracks that they missed a period or something, just in case someone sees that and goes, you missed a period, but you have no baby.
Yeah,
you're going to jail. You know,
absolute madness.
So,
but again, this isn't the platform for that conversation. And
but basically, the reason that came up is like we're saying things like the world is progressing in one way, and then they're knocking other things back.
Yeah,
like that is knocking a lot of things back.
Yeah,
and like we won't know
the illusion of choice.
Yeah, like we get things like gay marriages, everywhere all of a sudden. Yeah. And then
how long do you think before they try to abolish that here? Because I'd say that's next over there.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Because they seem to be very intent on going back to
that's
like
what
the Quakers.
Like the rest of us we all voted it or whatever, and then other sides of the world, the most powerful side of the world, is like, but no. Okay, if you're getting that, you're not having this, Yeah. And that's just the way society is going. Like, we're getting, like, representation in media of, like, different family types. Like, you're saying the nuclear family is changing. And, like that show, Good Luck Charlie. That the show, the little girl and her sister is making a video for when she grows up on, like, how to survive life or whatever. Yeah. And the whole episode revolved around the parents were saying, no, her mom's name is this and she's this person, and the other parent was like, no, but her mom is this and she's this. It turned out they were a lesbian couple. People were sending death threats to the 4-year-old in the show because the show was all being progressive and just showing a new type of family. People didn't like that and attacked the child as if she had any power in this.
That the 4-year-old was writing the script.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of parts of society that
don't want to catch up, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of things holding us back from being better. Really gonna wonder where's Charlie now? God, she must be a teenager at this stage.
Like I said, they're going for the middleman here, and trans is the best example of that. Yeah,
Mm.
it's sad. Like it is. It's like it just you know all for the work, all for the mul, all for the sake of multiply timed revised. Oh God, what way am I trying to say here? 2,000-year-old doctrine for a sky genie that has been adapted that has been adapted and rewritten and torn up and stitched back together, for the last
Yeah.
2 millennia.
Yeah, like
And
regardless of your beliefs on
oh yeah,
God
regardless,
in
this
general,
this isn't
the
a
documentation of all of that has changed to suit whoever decided to translate at that time.
yeah.
If they didn't like something, that's what was written in it.
That's what I mean. It's been torn
Yeah.
apart and stitched back together, and you'd have to wonder, right? And again, this is always and this is always a question I have, and the conversation sort of abruptly ends if I try and bring this up.
Mm.
Again, I keep saying this isn't the platform for this, but here we go. If that doctrine was written 2 millennia ago,
Yeah.
give or take, if those people were around today and got to live through all of that, or are watching from genie heaven or whatever,
Yeah.
have their opinions and thoughts and maturity not evolved in those 2 millennia? Are they so stuck in those beliefs even now and then that people have to kowtow to it?
Yeah, see that's the thing. It never evolves with society.
Yeah.
Like,
And when it tries to, you get the pushback.
yeah.
There's like, what was that was that that reverend?
Yeah, there's a reverend, he's gay.
Yeah.
And he just he's a preacher. Like, he
Yeah.
preaches the Bible, he preaches love. And people are like, yeah, but you're gay, so that's wrong. No, but he's oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Desmond said there, it's better to just not care in these situations. That's the problem a lot of people have. Like, if there's healthcare for trans people,
Yeah.
if there's abortions, if there's whatever, you don't have to do it.
Yeah, it's not for you.
It's not for you.
It doesn't affect the healthcare you're getting.
Gay people getting married doesn't affect your straight marriage, doesn't affect your anything.
No.
Just
leave people alone.
Just live your life. That's the put. Then it's
stop.
like what you're saying. Like, it's even happening. Like with the online discourse, there is no middleman anymore. It's all black and white.
Yeah,
and that's in everything.
Yeah, sure. I remember watching this video where I can't remember the state, but basically their city hall put the pride flag up out front.
Yeah.
And of course, this drove the town bananas.
Yeah.
Not apples. Sorry, I have to try and lighten the mood somewhere because we're having a very deep and a very deep conversation here at the moment. But the town went bananas, and there was a town hall meeting about why this was an affront to God, and it was this and it was that, and one person turned around and went, "That having that flag takes my rights away." I'm like, how? Like, because you're not allowed to be a bigot? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, freedom of speech isn't what you think it is. Freedom of speech only protects you from government intervention.
Yeah.
It doesn't protect you from the consequences of that speech.
Yeah.
If you say something awful, about the government or about, a community, the government, well, to an extent, I mean, there are hate laws.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. I don't know if that contradicts the idea of free speech if the government can step in for saying a thing, but I think it's generally you can say what you want about the government, and they can't arrest you for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't protect you from being ostracized by, Jimmy, Joan, and Jane down the road.
Yeah.
Because you called them an affront or an abomination.
Yeah.
They're allowed to give out to you for that. Your amendment doesn't protect you from their scorn because you wanted to be a hateful bigot. It just protects you from the government locking you up for saying, well, I don't like this administration. I think it's time for a change.
Yeah.
Or worse. It's so
but there are, like you said, hate crime law, hate speech law
Yeah.
does make sense because, you know, those
You
things-
shouldn't be allowed be you shouldn't allowed be outwardly
Yeah,
bigoted.
yeah,
Like, because it's not an opinion. Let's get this out of here.
yeah,
That's not. It might be an opinion you hold, but it's not an opinion where there's a. It's not a
not a fact, more so.
Yeah, it's not an opinion about an established fact, or it's not an opinion
Yeah.
about. It's not a trivial opinion. It's an opinion that affects the lives of your community.
Yeah,
And that's where the difference in that is.
yeah,
Like being bigoted for bigoted's sake because you think genie logic will allow you to do so isn't the same as saying, well, my opinion on this other, my opinion on this politician is X.
yeah. A big difference.
Unless you're not caring isn't really an option, as traitorous politicians need holding to account when they think they can get away with this nonsense because no one pays attention. Unless you're New Zealand, Australia of the SNP, they got scary over lockdowns because how dare you disagree with the narrative.
That'll open up a whole other kettle of fish now, won't it?
No, I think we're gonna move on because
Yeah.
again, I keep trying to steer it back to Appmon. But
Well, I
again,
know
these
as well, I'm
conversations are
connecting it back.
important.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
no,
these
they are.
conversations are important to have, and
Because
you
things
know,
like this will
but
influence the media that we're going to be consuming,
yeah,
and that's what we're going to be talking about on shows.
Yeah. yeah, but I also don't want to come off as preachy.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be preachy. I'm not trying, like, again, I'm not au fait to the ins and outs of the legal conditioning of other nations. So I'm not in a position where I can speak on it objectively.
Yeah.
I can only really work with information that has been presented and go from there. And again, like you're saying about New Zealand, Australia, I'm not touching that because I don't think that this isn't the place for it.
Yeah, but I'd have to go look that up to see what you're even talking about.
Yeah. And so I think that's a good space to segue back into the
Yeah,
happy wholesome
so,
anime.
Yeah.
Sorry. I didn't expect
all
this bit.
started-
I didn't expect this bit to go on as well, not that it's a bit, but this tangent segment to go on as long as it did, because again,
this podcast is now 3:35.
oh god, anyone watching on the archive, I apologize. I think
we should have ranked this episode before we started talking.
well, no, but it's tough because you don't know what way the conversation is going to go. Like,
Yeah.
It's like someone makes a point, and then that's and that's what happened. Like, so one of us made a point, and it was like, oh, like this thing,
Yeah.
and that's where that whole conversation comes from.
Yeah.
You know.
It did come from, how society is affecting how we see things for kids, and
Yeah. And then it sort of it
we have to
evolves from
bubble
there.
wrap. We have to bubble wrap them, or but the people who don't want to bubble wrap the children also don't want to traumatize them. We just want to treat them normally.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to bubble wrap them, but you don't want to throw them to the wolves either.
Yeah.
And
That's kind of where it's coming from.
Yeah.
And all the society stuff leads into that because society's the one raising them all.
Yeah.
So 9,000 times there.
We're over 9,000.
Yeah, we could always cut it out later.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, if I remember.
Sure.
Yeah.
No,
just
but it
just
is-
don't use it to cancel me in 10 years,
Yeah.
because that's the other thing. People hold on to shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. So this episode score.
episode.
What would you rank?
I'm gonna give it a 5 now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
It's created a lot of talking points for
Right.
us.
Yeah.
The episode itself was enjoyable.
Mm.
And we did talk a lot about who's a hero.
Haru.
Haru being the hero.
Yeah.
And then no, it was good.
I think it had a nice mix of like action and comedy segments.
It did, and the whole the whole thing with the phones that got us off on a
Oh yeah.
Like it really, this show does like it's cutesy and like
Mm.
silly sometimes, but it's got some really heavy points in there too. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm liking this episode because
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I would
it
be
is
in
a
agree.
big social commentary.
Yeah, no, it is, and we drove the plot forward.
Yeah,
Like we're starting what would be the perfect evolution arc now,
yeah,
in a regular Digimon show. So we're starting the ultimate arc.
yeah.
Um, so that's always good. Um,
And punching and kicking things, that was good.
yeah,
I want to see more of that. That would be a good progression. And yeah, and just seeing what the Appmon has been up to.
yeah, because she's collecting a lot of data.
Yeah, and she's controlling the stock market at the moment.
Yeah.
So
And I think that's great. I really like that. Like we have this villain that isn't just like this. Like the villain of this show isn't just sitting in a castle somewhere waiting for the crew to come to them.
yeah,
They're actively out there messing with the world.
yeah,
Yeah, they're actively out there. Like we haven't seen Leviathan, but
yeah,
Mienumon is acting in Leviathan's stead. So we're seeing Leviathan's actions through Mienumon.
yeah,
I really do like just that, like she's just out there again messing with the stock market. We've got the LOS, we've got all of that
yeah.
stuff.
There's like shops called Elmart, like
Yeah.
you know,
Like there's this slow takeover of like everything, and I think last week we kind of equated it to like Amazon in a way,
yeah,
because like Amazon now have convenience stores. You walk in, it picks up on your Amazon account, and then when you leave the shop,
it just charges.
it just
Yeah.
charges to your Amazon account.
Yeah, you don't have to scan anything or you just.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if
it does. It does. I've seen.
Oh.
So, like you go around the shop
Hmm.
and it basically scans what you have in your basket. I don't think you have to scan it yourself.
How does it pick up on all the barcodes? Are the baskets fitted with something?
I'm not sure, but I remember reading it and people going, "That's absolutely insane."
Yeah, because you would think, like, because obviously we've seen the commercials, and the commercials make it look like you go in, you pick up a thing, you walk out, and the turnstile is what bills you.
Yeah.
But I would have thought surely you have to, like, it'd be like you go in and you know those things like Tesco have where you could do your own.
Yeah.
Be like, okay, I'm getting one of these, I'm getting this, and then that.
Yeah. So maybe there's part of like the phone app or something that you have to do or something. But no, from what I've seen, you just walk in and get stuff and it charges you.
Wild.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild. Like if there's no.
But I've also seen those other convenience stores. I think they might be in Japan.
Right.
Where there's just pictures of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And you just scan what you want. You just walk around the shop and scan everything. And then it's kind of like an Argos.
Oh, okay.
The world. Like, you go in with the catalog and you just type in the number or whatever.
Oh.
And
the catalog's gone. Did you throw out my Argos catalog?
Maybe.
Oh, you brat.
It's online. You don't need one.
I like having physical media.
You don't need it.
Right, you don't need any more Beppis.
I'm done with my Beppis now. I'm happy. But yeah, like there's stores where you can just go in and scan like the barcode on all the pictures of the fruit or whatever, and then when you're at the end of it, your shopping is just there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oof. See, that sort of stuff is fun. That's a convenience store. That's like the future. That's what the future should be.
Yeah, and that's creating more jobs behind the scenes as well, because you'll have all the people doing the shopping on the other side as well. And packing boxes, and there's a proper supermarket in there as well.
Yeah.
It's not just
the supermarket is basically just the warehouse, and you're walking into, as you put it, like an Argos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's convenience for the shopper.
Yeah.
And then there's more people working behind the scenes then. So it does, like, it seems really frivolous and weird at first, but then when you really think about it, it can be quite good.
No, I like that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if a company like, I know Amazon is bad. I don't know enough about that either to talk about it, but if companies are
like if companies are
quality
making
of life can get better.
Yeah. And that's what it is. Like if their employees aren't forced to, take their toilet break into a bottle.
Yeah.
So they can keep packing boxes, which is very unhygienic.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, but if the quality of life is good on both sides for the consumer and the worker, then I'm okay with it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah.
I'm okay
I'd say places like that hate this time of year.
Oh yeah.
I'd say that's a drain on people.
Then that also
Like our line, our company is just giving out a calendar this
yeah,
year, and we're already entrenched. I can't imagine, like, I can't
an
imagine
entire
for
grocery store.
an entire grocery store or something that actually has something of value. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the fact that Elcor is just taking over and no one will remember come this time next week unless you Super League pick one off so much they'll go digging. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Eh.
Oh, right. So yeah,
This generation won't watch a 3.5 hour video. No.
Oh, suffering succotash.
Digimon said it, not me.
This is true, to be fair. Like the Ghost Game writers, but yeah, the generation watching the show doesn't have the attention span for a weekly, for a long drawn out storyline. So we're just gonna do Monster of the Week instead. Okay, thanks.
Oh yeah, I'm giving this episode a 5. It's given us a lot to talk about, and we're not even talking about like exactly what happened in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's sort of I suppose where we're going is in the relatability to the episode.
Yeah. And yeah, like all of that on top of it being a really good episode. It's not like a stupid episode like Christmas where we're going, people are so stupid.
Oh yeah.
You know, going off on a tangent about stupid people.
Yeah.
Because of a stupid episode. There was a good episode in there as well.
Yeah.
With lots of with plot progression and, you know, we kind of saw as well that Ray is still there, keeping an eye on things, and then with Timon he was keeping an eye, and then, you know, he was stimulated. Yeah, we got a very good that elimination.
he went our war game on them.
Yeah,
that's exactly what this was. This was Appmon's version of our war game.
Yeah, and that was fantastic.
Destroy all the all the Keramon, or whatever the baby forms are called. I don't remember. Oh, I probably do. It's just not coming to me right now. But like, I think even Yami said, I've just go back up on the chat. Where was it? God, we've talked about so much. I was warned at risk. Oh, somehow more suspenseful than the Appmon.
Yeah.
Like, and that was just Omnimon wrecking a room of of clones.
Yeah.
You know. Jesus, I called them Omnimon.
You did? That's weird.
Yeah.
You're getting tired. It's 1:15 in the morning.
Ew. I called him Omnimon. I know it's technically correct, but ew.
Has the ranking screen been up for the entire round?
It has.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, I think it's fine. Like, I mean, it's going to be that or still images. I mean, it's not like our avatars are moving.
Yeah. But,
you know, we'll get that one sorted eventually. Maybe for episode 300. Who knows?
Except that it wasn't overplayed like a certain season.
I have no idea what you're talking about. We're not overplayed. Digimon would never hammer a gimmick into the ground. Never milk something for all it's worth. All right. So on that note, then, favorite character. Lobemon. Oh yeah, that's a
Timon or Globemon?
Ooh.
Timon is funnier than Globemon.
Yeah, but Globemon was the shiny new toy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Maybe those two are Haru, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, Haru jumping into the vat of poison, basically.
Yeah. And his big speech and he's usually such a wimp. Yeah. And yeah. we wouldn't really have Globemon if that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Globemon, yeah,
You're going for Globemon?
yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, Globemon's a good show. Um, yeah, I think I'll give it a 5 as well. Just based on, I think the episode is a 4, maybe a 4.5.
Yeah,
Because it starts off very slow, but then when it picks up, good God, it picks up.
yeah,
But I think the conversation, like kind of use, like you were saying, like the talking points it's given us and sort of the relatability the show has to how the world is kind of going at the moment.
mm.
You know, customer loyalty, things like that. Talking about market share, Mianumon controlling the stock. You know, what we've seen over the last episode as well with her monitoring human behavior.
Yeah.
Like all of this stuff is starting to swell into something larger.
Mm.
So I think a lot of that sort of works to uh bump this up to just, I don't know if it's a 5 in the sense that it's a perfect episode,
Mm.
but I think it does enough in the right direction.
Yeah.
Like again, Aries actually fighting the Virusmon alongside Dokemon.
Yeah,
And
it gives itself a lot of little points that build up.
Yeah.
As opposed to just going, yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah,
just,
Musimon wrestling the Virusmon was funny, and then
Yeah.
just them going, nah, enough of this.
yeah.
And then the dance was cute,
Yeah.
like next episode is Farewell Astra. I would, like you said, I would miss Musimon more than Astra for
Yeah.
sure. So yeah, favorite character though is tough. I think I'll go with Haru again.
Yeah.
Because I kind of because Globon is our shiny new toy. I do like the Our War Game reference in this episode.
Yeah.
But Haru sort of finding his courage, and I'm normally not down for power of friendship speeches, but I think it worked in this context because Dogachimon was like, no, I'm infected, we're done. We can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
Like he had given up. Like he was like, I'm infected, we're done.
Yeah.
But then, Haru sort of reminding him that they're buddies and they're the only ones who can do this, and and then that's stimulating Timemon. I, on a personal level, I know this show doesn't do Ghost Game level of body horror, but I would have liked to see more of Haru peeled back.
Yeah.
The longer he was in the vat. Yeah.
And that wasn't really happening to Dogachimon either. He was just kind of going grey.
Yeah, I think, but you could see the particles rising up from him.
Yeah.
So it was a slow burn.
Yeah.
So I think what would have happened is he would have just hit the bottom of the vat and melted.
Yeah.
So I'd give it to Haru. Like I think Globon is a very strong choice, but I think Haru just being a goggle boy, like for lack of a better term. So I'm gonna give it to Haru.
Okay.
I don't think it's a perfect episode, but it does enough, and it gave us some really sort of tangenty talking points.
Yeah.
That I don't think next episode is going to.
No.
21 though, from what I remember. I'm looking forward to 21. Genuinely.
Even just reading the title of it and what I know about idol culture in general, I'm just like,
Oh yeah, I won't obviously I'm not going to go into hard spoilers, but where Eri copy pasted everywhere is really where her being best girl starts.
Yeah.
This is sort of what cements it.
Okay.
I think this one might actually be a 2-parter. I don't remember. I think it might actually be a 2-parter.
Okay.
So we'll keep an eye on for that next week.
Yeah.
We might just have to do it if it's a 2-parter next week, because then we can do 23 and 24, skip over 25 because it's going to be a clip show, and then come back 26, 27 and carry on. But so I guess for the ranking oh boy.
Oh, 5. You have did it again.
I'm just okay.
Yeah. It just doesn't want to be there.
No, I think it's because of where it cuts off.
Yeah.
Because it's zoomed in. Because I had to zoom it in so that it would fit
Yeah.
here.
Really don't mind Astra. Really?
He's too much.
He's that too
much sugar, younger brother, but I was brain in there. Yeah.
It doesn't come out much.
No.
Not enough for me to like him anyway.
No, I am like, again, this is my second go through and Astra hasn't grown on me.
Yeah.
This is where I confess to watching Aikatsu. So Eri needs a pretty good idol arc to be any good. I mean, I can't help you there. You know, you'll form your own opinions on it as we go, I'm sure. But I can't help you. There we go. Just get these borders out of the way so Meg score is actually on.
Is there any way to push that over? Yeah, there we go. We don't need that box. They're all up there. Close that box.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
How does that look over here? It'll do.
Yeah.
Your scores are visible.
Make your score box smaller.
It won't let me.
See? Oh no, because of the You could take the out of 5 out of it.
Yeah.
5.
But it still wouldn't shrink it by much.
Shrink it enough so mine fit.
Stop being a baby. Christ.
There we go. Yeah. It's the titles are the problem.
Right, well, okay. Well, that'll have to do.
Yeah.
Right. So, so you gave this a 5. So is this better than episode 5?
No.
So it's under episode 5.
Yeah.
But better than Eri copy pasted everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That is fair.
Yeah, no, I really like the area. Yeah, for different reasons, but yeah. You have 3 5s.
Yeah. So I'm
Gonna cut in their score, aren't you?
No. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to think. It's going above fighting Saximon. For me, anyway. It's going above fighting Saximon.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think it's my favorite episode of the show.
Yeah.
That is not for a while. There's an episode that if it plays out like my memory thinks it plays out,
yeah,
is going to
be a 6.
Break the chain. Yeah, it's gonna break the scoreboard basically. If it plays out the way I remember it playing out. Now again, it's been 5 odd years since I've watched this show, so I might be misremembering a detail or two. But there is an episode coming up soon-ish where it might just break the scoreboard for me. So do I like it better than Eri copy pasted everywhere? Oh, it's a
that broke your board last week.
Yeah. But this it's a different. I like this episode for a lot of different reasons than I liked last week's.
Yeah.
Last week's was a good character development episode.
Yeah.
This was
that and other stuff and
yeah, but it wasn't focused on Haru becoming a better character.
Yeah.
That was just sort of a consequence of the circumstances of the episode.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like from next week, Haru's just gonna go back to being Haru. You know, he'll have these, you know, he'll have these bursts of protagonism every now and then, but he'll ultimately just be Haru.
Yeah.
You know, so we're not going to see.
He's not going to suddenly have Taichi's personality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God. Dramon.
last time, but currently EXE still does this better.
Mega Man EXE. Well, I mean, Yami's very biased for Mega Man, so.
Ah.
I'm kidding. The two shows have very similar premises. Yeah, that's fair. They do. I'm gonna put it above Arius the Appmon Idol.
Okay.
No, yeah, no, I am. That's.
Mm.
I'm not gonna put it above copy paste because copy paste is like copy paste is damn close to being the perfect episode in terms of character development and what they mean to the dynamic of the program.
Mm.
This was really good stage building.
Yeah.
You know, so like this sets up, this is helping set up stuff for later. We've got the whole thing with Mienumon, as we've talked about. You know, we got a new perfect level or ultimate level.
Yeah.
I can't bring myself to say ultimate because to me ultimate is perfect. So you know, they're so I think Airy copy pasted everywhere is closer to being a perfect episode than this one. This one, I think, without the sort of tangent that we went on, I think I would have given it the 4.5.
Yeah, I was inching for about a 4.5 at first.
Yeah.
But I said, it started building up points the more we talked about it.
Yeah, because the relatability of it really bumps it up there. Because when, you know, because the brain starts going, oh yeah, wait a minute. We are kind of like that, aren't we?
Yeah.
You know, so society is kind of going in that direction.
Yeah, you see the real world in the show and you're like, oh.
Yeah. And it's not even doing it like in a... And what I do like about it is it's not talking down to the audience about it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not saying, oh, look at those stupid people.
Yeah.
You know, it's actually, like, it is stuff that you see in your day-to-day. And like we talked about with the previous episode, you know, that was basically Pokemon Go, and when that took off and the stupidness that people were doing to get Pokemon and areas that they were climbing into and falling off cliffs and you know, people dying for this game.
Yeah.
You know,
but it wasn't like the people were doing stupid things, but it didn't have other people belittling them for it.
Yeah.
In the show, you know.
No, exactly.
So
where you know, in reality, you look at Twitter, it was like these gobshites.
Yeah.
You know, but it doesn't talk down to the audience about people's reliance on the tech because it doesn't. I don't think
it shows it, but it doesn't start going. Stop relying on it. Stop doing this. This is bad. You know.
Yeah. You know, if it has
that He-Man motivational message at the end,
or a Sonic says,
yeah, like the little things are at the end of it are funny, but they're like they'll have a little message, you know.
Oh, they will, yeah.
Update your web security, you know, like
it's like little like brain worms, you know. I think the morals of the stories are in the stories themselves, and those will stay with you, and you'll sort of go, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Yeah, Gatchman's not at the end going, put your phone down now for 15 minutes, please.
Yeah,
you know. Don't be a zombie, you know.
Yeah. Okay, boomer.
Yeah.
Gatchmon's tech is too new to be a boomer, to be a boomer monster. I'm
just gonna point out, you know, like when people say, you know, oh, you're always stuck in your phone. I saw a woman reading a letter, handwritten letter. She was so wrapped up in reading this letter. She was an older lady as well. She walked into a pole. So that is a human thing, not a phone thing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. You get so wrapped up in what you have in front of you that you tune out the rest of the world around you.
Through town, under where the big ceiling is. But she walked into a big pole in the middle of it.
Poor woman.
Yeah. I couldn't help but laugh.
I mean, it's funny, but at the same time,
because I had looked up and because she was in front of me, and I'd noticed it was a handwritten letter as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a document or something. And then she bumped into the pole, and I was just, you are a meme right now. So yeah.
But she won't be forever immortalized like your man slipping on the ice. That guy should be getting paid royalties at this point.
yeah.
Cool.
Oh, so Yami said one real, one digital, slightly in the future in a world practically entirely on the network, where the peace is interrupted by viruses attacking networks and servers to cause chaos with mini bosses. Main villains and power up, team building and network building, they're practically identical, just ops have more input than a tamer. Plus, a battle network collection is coming out next year, so it's quite at the front at the minute.
Oh yeah, well yeah, the Mega Man Battle Network. Yeah, those games are getting a collection similar to how 1 to 10 did. Was it 1 to 10? I know they oh, was it, or yeah, they did 2 collections last year, I remember. So that's fun.
Yeah.
Idolmaster is my OG Idol series. Oh, that's a deep cut. Idolmaster.
I wrote an article on that once and I never got around to it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. I didn't know what it was until I was told you have to write an article about this. But
So, how do you feel like in 2 weeks we'll be at the halfway point of the show?
interesting. Doesn't feel like we should be.
No.
But at the same time, we are watching 2 episodes a week. So...
Yeah, it's not like it's not an episode per week like with
Yeah.
Ghost Game. Yeah, our Tamers and Frontier, our other watchers are just gonna go zoom.
Yeah.
They're gonna zoom by.
Yeah, like I felt like this would go further.
Mm.
Like we'd still be doing this in the middle of 2020 or whatever. But then I'm kind of like, oh yeah, we really won't.
No. But it's
So,
like
yeah.
we'll probably be on Tamers or Frontier by the time the 2020 dub drops.
Yeah.
So.
But no, I'm really liking this show. Like the first time I watched it, I liked it. It's just things came up then, and I wasn't able to continue.
Yeah.
And you
And
pay
that-
for Crunchyroll, so I don't have ads.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it worked out in the end because, like, again, I haven't watched the show since it came out, and
Yeah.
you got to about last week's episodes and then dropped.
Yeah, see, there were a couple of episodes I skipped
Mm.
by accident because I fell asleep, and then when I signed back in to watch again, I just went from where I was, and then
Yeah.
I didn't know where I was.
Yeah.
So
So you basically started over as well.
yeah,
So it's kind of nice to sort of
I never got as
experience
far
it
as
with
this.
fresh mind, with a fresh.
I didn't get as far as this episode. I did see Rashomon
Right.
because I remember messaging you going or saying something about it.
Ah.
I said something about a train mon, and then you corrected me with the name Rashomon, as far as I remember.
Yeah,
And,
that sounds right.
Yeah.
No, Trainmon is in the other franchise.
Yeah.
Even then, it's Trailmon.
Yeah. But you were showing them to me.
Yeah, we
last
don't.
week?
Yeah, we don't actually have a Trainmon.
Yeah.
Which is funny. We have Trail and Loco, which is just funny.
Mm.
Um.
But yeah, like anything from here on, I have no idea.
Hmm.
And the last couple of episodes before, I also didn't have any idea because I slept through them.
That's fair.
Yeah, so is it that time now?
No.
No?
No, we're not. No, not yet. We're gonna go all night. No, we're not, because I have to be up. I've the work I was meant to be traveling for tomorrow, because I was told it was all going to be in person, is now all remote. So I don't
Yeah.
have to travel anymore, but those meetings are still going ahead. So
Yeah.
I really don't want to be up till 3 in the morning.
Oh yeah, we can.
We just get these comments out of the way.
We might as well.
So
We're too
we've
short.
yeah,
Too
we've
short.
two
Yeah.
comments from the Sunday show. So we'll go through those now, and then hopefully on Sunday we've comments for this show.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll probably get a comment from Justin, maybe Pedja,
Yeah.
but the mailbag segment on Sunday won't. Well, we might not even have one, and we might be able to wrap that up earlier.
Yeah.
You know,
if
or
we
we'll-
want to leave them, we can leave them, but they're
Ah,
both very short.
Yeah, it's
so.
just we've two comments here
We'll get
from
the 200th episode to 2 a.m.
Yeah, go on. So, I'll just go into
The video, yeah.
the video just in case. So there's the two there. Nothing held for comment. Okay. Or held for
Oh,
review even.
review.
So we have a comment from a Taro on the Sunday show who says, "Ever since I watched this week's Ghost Game, my cat's been looking at me funny. I feel I should be afraid. Someone call the police." Yeah, I
If
mean
your cat's head is twitching to the side and its mouth is going off.
if your cat's doing the exorcist thing,
Yeah,
run.
the police ain't gonna help you there, buddy.
No, not unless they're packing silver bullets, and even then that's a wild that's a wild shot.
That does mean there's a Bastimon in your area.
Hello, nurse.
Hello, kitty.
Oh yeah, it was Anjouamon that was the nurse, wasn't it? In V Tamer, there was a nurse, Anjouamon in a nurse
Doesn't
costume.
she have a whole hospital?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nurse Anjouamon.
Mm.
I don't know if it counts as a subspecies like Blacktailmon Uber or.
Well, no, because Mummymon's a doctor, and we don't call him Mummymon doctor form. Or something.
No, but he doesn't have a doctor form either. He doesn't have like a
fine.
lab coat and
He
glasses.
has a lab coat.
That big blue jacket is not a lab coat.
He's wearing a lab coat. White lab coat.
Has
I'm
he?
sure of it.
Maybe it's just because he hasn't been in his human form in Ghost Game, which I'm
Yeah.
very curious about. Are they just afraid of making him too bishy? Can you imagine a Bishonen Mummymon in human form? This show, Ghost Game, would do it.
Yeah, they would. They'd make him real pretty.
Oh, they would, and we'd all go. All the Adventure 02 fans would be like, "Why doesn't mine look like that?"
Oh, then we could put him into that meme, where the hot guy is hitting on the girl in the office and it's okay, but then the ugly guy hits on the girl in the office and
That's
it's
a hate
sexual
war
harassment.
Yes.
Our Kennymon sitting there, and the Bishi one is flirting with her and being all simpy.
Yeah.
And she's just like, happy about it. And then the original one. Oh, come on, Ghost Game, please give us that.
02 Arachnimon cared for Mummymon, really. She was just a big tsundere about it.
Yeah, but he was a creep. Whether she was okay with it or not, he was a creep.
Oh,
Oh,
you good?
sorry, yeah, that just caught real quick.
So then we move on to Clatter's comment.
Hi, Clatter.
Hey, Clatter.
Also, hey, Taro.
Also, hey, Taro. Always good to see you guys. Whether it's live or in the comments, we're always happy to see you. So, Clatter says, "Okay, I have to give this episode a 3.9. Okay, that's fair. It was a very good episode and does a good job of portraying how terrifying it is being controlled by demonic-looking cats, and being forced against your will, and having to be forced against your will to climb high places and dig your own grave.
Like, that is so scary. The idea
Of digging your own grave.
that, but also imagine waking up and being on like a girder up that high in a building that's not made.
Yeah.
And like you've just been in bed, and like you don't have control of your own body. Like that's.
Oh yeah.
And, like it's moving.
Oh,
And
the puppetry aspects of last week's episode are very creepy.
Yeah, like a lot of people weren't awake for it, and they only kind of woke up after it.
Oh yeah.
But like the hero was awake and being controlled and jumped all over the place. But she caught him, didn't she? And then said, "I'll control you."
Yeah.
I don't think she brought him up anywhere too high, but
no, I think he was just going along with it. I need to go back and sort of watch it. I just remember
she still took control of him.
Yeah,
didn't she?
I just remember him going, "Oh, you're a Digimon. You know what I am.
Yeah.
I'll be the one to train you."
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, it's just even
and
but
then,
even
the
and
not
then
being
just
able to stop digging your own grave.
Yeah.
And then the others up on top screaming that they can't stop filling in your grave. You know?
Yeah. Again.
Like obviously you're
The only thing left is to bury you alive. Rest in peace. I haven't done that in so long.
You don't need to do the eye thing again.
What?
You'll have to make a version of your character with no pupils.
I can't. I don't even. It just happens naturally now. I've been doing that bit for so long. Like it's like muscle memory.
Yeah.
But by God, does it hurt now?
Yeah. So don't do it.
I'm getting too old.
Too old to be rolling your eyes back in your head. Ugh.
Anyway, so then Clatter goes on to say the writers did a good job. The writers this time did a good job of making Bastimon, while not the absolute best, a credible threat towards the characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would argue she's been one of the strongest threats they've had since Felismon.
Yeah. I feel like there may be more in the middle there that I'm.
Well, let's pop over to the episodes themselves, right? So
Where was he?
Felismon was, oh God, Fortune Price episode 15.
Oh, then you're leaving out Vandemon.
I'm not. Well, I mean, didn't do anything though.
Yeah, but he's a bigger. Well.
Next we had Cherrymon, Frozomon, Petermon, Picklemon, Darkflare, Lizamon, and Saberdramon.
Yeah, they weren't really big bads though.
No.
Yeah.
Arachnimon.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
That's the Freddy Krueger episode.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just thinking Sleepmon or
The Skull.
Well, I suppose Skull Greymon,
Skull Greymon, that's it.
but he was a dream sequence. I don't know if he counts.
I think he does. But he's not like he's not a big bad.
No,
he
wasn't the big bad of the episode. Technically,
there wasn't a big bad of
No.
the episode.
Moaning Bug then with Morphomon, Twisted Love with Ayataramon.
Yeah. Again, that wasn't a big bad. That was just a big sad.
Yeah. Crimson Banquet, Vamdemon. Like Vamdemon did the Felismon thing, but you know,
Vamdemon kind of has an Elcor thing going on.
Huh?
He kind of had an Elcor thing going on.
Yeah. But I don't. But like, you know,
he got very high up in society before anyone noticed. So he could have been worse.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't.
Are we gonna see in the background like some V markets popping up now?
I just can't imagine. Like not that I can't imagine. Vamdemon didn't strike me as big of a threat as Felismon, even though he was doing Felismon's gimmick effectively.
Yeah. He was kind of trying to start a council of sorts as well.
Yeah.
Which we figured might
tie into something, but no one has come back.
No.
Then we had Cannibal Mansion, so that was Digitamamon. Monster Beauty Serum with Splashmon, which was just Face Snatcher.
I remember his name either.
Yeah. Zamba? No. Zambamon was later, but the other one. The one that evolves into Zambamon.
One with the heap of faces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like, but he was more of a comedy character.
Yeah.
Then Monster Pollen, you had Hydramon, or was it? No. Tropiamon.
Tropiamon, yeah.
Bad Influence was the.
They were little bads.
Well, they were little bads, yeah. Killer Blade then was Zanbamon. Then Who Are You with Betsumon? Definitely not.
Yeah. Although he was he was quite powerful in the dorm.
In the dorm, yeah.
He took over the whole place. But I don't think that would work on a bigger scale.
No. Whispers of the Dead then was Sepicmon.
Yeah.
Wallcrawler then was Salamandermon.
Yeah.
Werewolf Griffamon.
Yeah, that was localized entirely within a back garden.
Yeah. It really was, yeah. Labyrinth of Grief. We had
rock guy.
Yeah, with the giant nose. Why is his name? Why are so many Digimon names lost on me right now?
Because it's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning and we've been talking for 4 hours.
Probably that one. So yeah. Anyway, and then Herd of the Dead, obviously with Raremon.
Yeah, he
But
wasn't.
that was a mindless zombie.
Yeah, it wasn't a big.
There was
bad.
no method to the madness there.
Yeah.
Then the Diviner.
That was like a Godzilla as opposed to a villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we had Tomon or Dalmon even.
Someone, yeah.
In the Diviner, who was
Start an army and bring back.
bring back. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Could have been worse, I suppose.
Contagion Island. Was
zombies again.
Yeah, but Twisted Beach then Calamaramon.
Yeah.
No. Piemon just wanted to play a card game.
Yeah, he could have been a bigger bad. Level wise, he was a big bad, but
oh yeah, but personality and method and reason for being, he just wanted to play cards.
Yeah, like he did the evil thing, you know, with not letting the kids go home when they thought they were gonna go home. But
when he was beaten, he went, well, okay, if I'm beaten.
Yeah, he just stepped back and went, yeah.
You're stronger than I am, and left it at that. Then Human Hunter, we had those they're still relatively new, so I can't remember their name immediately.
Yeah. Color guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They weren't.
I saw the name.
Yeah, Appmon was just he had the creepy factor.
Yeah.
You know, but I wouldn't have
not a big bad, just a gross bad.
Yeah. Rust then with the Antilamon.
Yeah.
Do you know what I think I'll do going forward for these? I might have to go back and redo them. You know the way we have this honorary mention thing?
Yeah.
I might just have to put a new
put
column in here. Yeah, put a Monster of the Week column here just so we can just so we remember. Ghost newspaper. Okay, so we had Publimon.
Yeah.
You know, Queen's Banquet with Oleamon.
Yeah, she was just focused on
grooming Nomura.
Yeah, but she wasn't looking for a big takeover and eating every human in sight. Or...
No. Memory of Eternity. Then yeah, meh.
Big bad Nanomon.
Was it? Oh yeah, it was basically Nanomon.
Yeah,
like it was
the tiniest big bad in the world.
Kind of Shadramon, but not really.
No, because he was a victim in that situation as well.
Yeah.
So...
White Bride then with the Shamblemon.
Yeah.
They were just gross, but they weren't like.
Again, we can just file them under zombies.
Yeah.
Really.
Like the Shamblemon, I like.
He couldn't have been a bigger bad because they were focused on one subset of society.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crimson Harvest Festival then with the Witchmon, like she was turning people into witches and
if they made her serious, she could maybe.
Yeah.
She does have a lot of power.
Yeah, like they
she was in a filler episode.
Yeah, she was in a filler episode. So they didn't make her like they didn't really make her a meaningful threat to the kids.
She has the power to be one, but she wasn't.
Yeah. Payback then with May Crackmon. I mean, if they'd have let this May Crackmon be as strong as the other May Crackmon, maybe.
If it wanted to be friends with everybody, maybe it would have. You know, if it had been counting every slight against from everybody, then maybe we could have had a bigger bad.
Yeah. Dark Knightmon. No, again another one. Oh, you landed a hit on me. Okay, well done.
Yeah.
Then the Mysterious Lake. So we had Shaojinmon.
Zombie. I'm just filing all of them under zombie because
Balmon was a really good villain, but you know, like
not a threat to.
Well, no, like he could have been if he didn't get lost in street knowledge.
Yeah.
You know, day to day. Help you in your day-to-day life trivia rather than I know the square root of blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You know, if he didn't focus on what one kind of knowledge, he could have been a bigger threat to the kids.
Yeah. Like if we just gave him a couple of days on the internet, he could be a Leviathan.
Then second sight with the Octomon and their name is too long for me to remember.
Oh,
Yeah, those things.
Barnaclemons.
The barnacles, yeah, basically, yeah. So like they weren't. So I think Bastimon was definitely the biggest,
Yeah.
immediate threat to the kids since Felismon. No one
Yeah.
else has no one else has fit,
The only one who's come to that level is probably Gulus.
and he's technically on our side.
Yeah.
Technically.
So that's he's a big threat, but not exactly. 'Cause
Yeah.
we don't know.
None of the
the
others
threat.
have really pushed the kids to do something.
Yeah.
Like Hero came into Ruli's episode and went, "No, my evolution now,
Yeah.
please." Like Hero didn't struggle against Vamdemon to earn that Kano Weissmon evolution.
Yeah.
Ruli did all the work.
Yeah.
But like Bastimon is like the closest one to I mean, obviously aside from Publimon, like messing with the parachutes or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Bastimon is the closest one to push the kids over the edge.
Yeah. Push in general.
Yeah.
She had a lot of power and she used it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was
Like I mean others might have different opinion on that,
yeah.
but just going over the episodes and sort of this is the problem with a monster of the week scenario.
Because there are so many monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could make an argument for so many others, well, like Vamdemon was actually this, and because he had a council and this,
Yeah.
but the council didn't do anything.
No, it could have gone to be a bigger bad,
Yeah,
but it just stopped right there.
you know.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, you know, so yeah, it's so I feel like Bastimon was like the most credible threat since Felismon.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So now that we've gone through them, some of the ones that were bigger bads. Oh, Barnaclemon.
yeah. Oh, Barnaclemon. Yeah.
Yeah.
The crazy old woman. The episode.
Granny Sachi.
Yeah.
I love how we both made her the favorite. She was scarier than the werewolf and the Mormon.
He's less Richard in his voice to be a threat. Wait, what?
Vamdemon?
Oh, Richard Epcar. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, Richard Epcar's Vamdemon is on point. So yeah, no, I would agree with. I would. I don't know. I don't know about while not the absolute, but well, yeah, maybe. I mean, nothing has really beat Felismon yet, which is a problem if they don't plan on doing anything with Felismon.
Yeah.
Like
I can
like
see
that episode is too good and to not do anything else with. But
yeah, like if we got Felismon and Vamdemon back like we wanted before Paimon comes back.
Well, I don't think Paimon will come back. I think Paimon is sort of like, no, I had my time.
Yeah. So, like, if there were bigger ones coming back like that, maybe.
Yeah, like if we haven't gotten Zasomon back by now.
Yeah, he was literally one that just...
Like, he was the first one to go, I'll get you next time.
Yeah.
And then he had that really sus look, and we were like...
Yeah, he was like the dog from The Simpsons looking back.
Yeah.
You know?
So, like, we had some really, like, oh god, like, okay, he's gonna come back, and... So, all sorts of...
And that was kind of like we were looking at that as he was experimenting.
Yeah.
With what he could get up to. So he was going to do something bigger. And then just...
And that's what kind of Felismon's felt like.
Yeah.
Because Felismon literally said to the kids, I'm just going to go over to the next town and do it again. And the kids went, yeah, just don't be in our town. Like,
yeah.
There was no impetus on the kids to be like, maybe we should delete him.
Yeah.
No, he's just causing trouble next door.
Yeah, he kind of just went, you're pretty strong. I'll go find somewhere where you're not.
Yeah, and they went, yeah, okay, bye.
Yeah.
Which is like, what? No, I'm sorry.
But, like, at the same time, like, aside from him showing up in the manga,
And to be fair, we
It's probably
joked.
not the same one. Or
Well, I
anything,
was literally
yeah.
just saying, like, as much as we would like to joke that, like, when characters disappear from Ghost Game, they turn up in Dreamers.
Mm.
I haven't read Dreamers properly to have the context for what that Fellasmon is.
Yeah, like if
Like-
he was the same one, then
Like, I would die of laughter if
Mm.
the Espimon and Fellasmon in Dreamers are the same ones from the Ghost Game,
yeah,
because again, that would cement shared universe.
yeah,
Like that, the Haru and Gamamon there isn't just
yeah.
a winking cameo, because
Mm.
Ritsu was originally going to be Haru with goggles.
Mm.
Was Haru Hero?
Hero goggles.
He
Yeah.
was basically going to be Hero with goggles, the same way we had Adventure 99 Taichi and V Tamer Taichi.
Mm.
You know, they were just going to do that again,
Yeah.
but they went, oh, let's make him his own guy.
Yeah.
You know, so it might just be a wink and a nod because of that, and because
Mm.
Ghost Game is currently airing.
Yeah, it would be cool if he showed up even.
Yeah.
Like in another episode, like the Petermon episode, where there were just other Digimon and other kids that had Digimon.
Yeah, if he was just
And
a background
If
character.
he was
one of
in
those-
there just with his Pulsemon or whatever,
Yeah.
and not even a.
Do you know what's really fun though? In the build up to 2020, they had 2020 Taichi crossover with V Tamer Taichi, and
Mm.
there was they had a whole adventure together for a chapter.
Yeah.
Considering that V Tamer and Dreamers and have the same like artist and character designer and the same writer in Yabu, I could very well see Dreamers and V Tamer crossing over, and we would have Taichi meeting Ritsu,
Mm.
which would be fun.
Yeah.
Because one part that I really did like about V Tamer Taichi meeting 2020 Taichi
Mm.
is V Tamer Taichi was like, I finally met another one of me. Because all of the crossovers he's had have been like, there was a crossover with Daisuke, he had a
Yeah.
crossover with Takuya.
Yeah.
There's probably, those are the two I remember off the top of my head. There's probably one or two others,
Mm.
but he's never crossed over with like the 99 Taichi.
Yeah.
So like he was like, oh my god, it's another one of me. You know, so I wouldn't mind seeing V Tamer Taichi come back in some capacity. That'd be just a nice little thing. Need Trump Sword Echo in Ghost Game.
At 2 a.m. it's time to draw the line.
Not all. All right, Yami. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're about ready to wrap up here as well.
Yeah,
So
we're just rambling a bit more.
yeah.
But no, those crossovers would be fun.
Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe when we finish with one of these shows, like there's no official translation for Dreamers.
Yeah.
It's currently being done by Crossraws,
Yeah.
and like, and out of respect for them, I wouldn't just
Post it on screen. or
post it
make
on screen. Yeah, because like a lot of other like a few of the like pirate manga sites have put the manga up and
Yeah.
taken their credits off of it and taken out the text that says
Jeez.
do not repost elsewhere.
Yeah.
You know, and that's there for them. So if the company comes to them and says you need to take that down, they can go, right, that's it, that's done.
Yeah.
You know, that won't be distributed anymore.
Yeah.
And I could only really see that happen if they have plans to do it themselves,
Mm.
because you don't want a free online product competing with the one you want to put in shops.
Yeah.
But
Can't see them taking it down
so I think what
for
we
no reason.
yeah, so I think what we could do, like, because it's free to download through
Yeah.
Crossraws, it is readily available.
Mm.
I think we could go through a couple of chapters.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily have to go through the whole thing, but we could go through a couple of chapters and just see what the crack is about.
Yeah.
You know, because like there's like there's a lot of it dealing with trying to get Pulsemon to evolve. So
Mm.
there's a lot of weird scenes where like Pulsemon's body is walking around with Bulkmon's arms or just Bulkmon's head, because the
Yeah.
evolution hasn't quite happened yet. So there's a lot of stupid stuff,
Yeah.
you know. And then there was one of the translations where he's just like, where like Pulsemon turns around to Ritsu and just goes, "That made you horny, didn't it?" And he's like, "Why would that make me horny?"
What?
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's like, so it's good. Like it's absolute. Like it looks like it's absolutely off the wall.
Yeah.
You know. So I think I think it'd be funny to read a couple of chapters together.
Yeah.
We don't have to put it on screen because it'd be respectful of the wishes of the fan translation.
Yeah, we could put the link in the description or something.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
It is a public link, like.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. See what it may crack about. Well done. Well done. So that could be something we do.
Yeah.
You know, just something different.
Yeah.
Maybe when we finish Appmon, because God forbid Ghost Game is still going to be running by the time we finish Appmon, we could do it after Appmon before we start a new anime.
Yeah.
Could be just something to break it up. Because I would like to go through V-Tamer on the show and sort of and talk about that, you know, and have an excuse to reread it and sort of, you know, see it's one of the earliest forms of the franchise media and see sort of like what it set up, what it put in place, what the franchise still does now compared to then. Go through the original design for Greymon, which was eventually turned into Vidramon. I actually think I have an image of that saved. No. Okay, I don't. I thought I did. But it doesn't appear. But like there's a really old concept image of Greymon for the V-Tamer manga. And it's just because they were basing it off the sprite.
Yeah.
And it's just Vidramon.
Yeah.
Like it is just Vidramon. So we're back into these stickers now. So yeah. No, I don't have it. That's fine.
You still have a picture of an Oli.
Yeah. Hey, it's definitely not going to be back that far. It came out more recent than that.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I think we're ready to bounce then, are we?
Yeah, like we said, we cut it off at 2, and now it's 2:05.
Cool. All right.
The podcast has been nearly 5 hours long.
Good. To anyone who has kept up with us for the full live show, thank you so much for being here. We really do appreciate it. I hope you had fun with the episodes. I hope you liked the episodes as much as I did, as much as we did.
Yeah.
Hope
you enjoyed our tangents.
Yeah. Sorry, like if it, you know. Oh, you okay?
Right. Yeah, it did get a bit serious. But,
yeah. Sorry if it was too. Let's talk more. So Desmond is just blunter. Sunrise
streams. Yeah.
Yeah. No. We got to cut it off here. Like again, it's 2:05 in the morning, so we do got to cut it off here.
And we both have work in the morning.
Yeah. So again, thank you all to everyone who stayed with us for the live 200th episode of the Code Crown podcast. We will be back with you on Sunday for Impurity. Episode 56 of Digimon Ghost Games. So looking forward to that because the preview gives no indication of who the monster of the week is.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if it will be Kazuhamon or if it'll be a new Digimon entirely. I'm kind of looking forward to it for that reason more so than the episode premise.
Yeah, like the puppet people look creepy, but
yeah, they're like the mannequins from Resi 7 and 8, and it's like ugh. But we will leave you. We will love you and leave you, everybody. Thank you so much to anybody who gets this far on the archive version. Thank you as well. Leave your comments down below as always, and we will read them out on the Sunday show.
Yeah, leave lots of comments.
S'il vous plaît. That is, please. When did I turn into Professor Salvatore?
Come on.
All right.
Time to bed.
So we're at. Don't order me around. Let me finish the show on my own. Finish at my own pace. You bully. All right, guys. Take care. Much love again, and we'll see you Sunday. Or you can drop over to Twitch tomorrow, where I will be playing more of the Great Ace Attorney 2.
Mm.
So look after yourselves, stay hydrated. I need plenty of water. My throat is starting to crack.
Mm.
So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
Bye.